Tradoon.
Dirter.
The wingspan of this flying monster would have been about 15.5 meters.
Paleoapato 1, Paleoapato 2, Paleoapato 3, Paleotherobary.
Ontogeny.
So I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Astronomy Flame right, Smurfo Wiggle, Astronomy Flame left.
Tradoon. Tradoon. In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
Tradoon.
When evolution cast out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Tradoon.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. The Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Tradoon.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so good to see all of you here today. I hope you all had some wonderful holidays, if you happen to celebrate them. I know I did, but I'm glad to be back. Welcome everybody, back to the channel. If anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. As a paleontologist, I study fossils. That's what paleontology is. It's the study of ancient life through the fossil record. As a dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaurs are my specialty. Most paleontologists do not work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are but the tip of the iceberg, but I do work on dinosaurs, hence dinosaur paleontologist. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I dig up during the summers, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and usually what I talk about here on Twitch. So I'm really glad you're here. And Sweetie Pie, you didn't waste any time getting over here. You heard me talking, and you just came running, didn't you? Yeah. How are you, Sweetie Pie?
Tradoon.
How are you? Today, chat, we're going to be talking about Saurophaganax and all the news surrounding that. This has proved to be surprisingly controversial, surprising to me at least. Apparently a lot of dinosaur fans online like this particular dinosaur name very much. We're going to be talking about the news why this critter has been sunk. We're going to be talking about, we're going to be looking at some of those publications from the original publication on Saurophagus a long time ago up until this recent publication from just a few days ago. We'll be talking about what it all means and why it's important, or why it's maybe not as important as some people seem to be making it out to be. But yeah, I'm glad you're here. We've also got a brand new ornithischian dinosaur that was just published today, I think, or maybe yesterday. We'll see if we have time to talk about that one too. So anyway, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. And if you've got questions, do not hesitate to ask them. And phage, it eats something? Exactly, Gary and Kellis. Yeah, the name Saurophaganax means Lord of the Lizard Eaters. Oh, and we're getting some cat interaction here between Minnie Pie and Sweetie Pie. How are you doing, Minnie? Two cats on the desk at once. Well. Double cat indeed. Yeah. How are you two doing? You having a good day? Thanks for joining us. How are you doing, Minnie? How are you doing, sweetie? If anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce my landlords. Sweetie Pie and Minnie Pie, and then Moon Pie is often a bit of an absentee landlord. She doesn't like to appear on stream very often. She's not really into getting treats, but these two are. So let's make that happen, shall we? Yeah, a double event indeed. The mayor returns. Thanks for doing like your name says and coming back. It's good to see you. Well, is it treat time? Is it treat time? What do you think? Yeah, okay. Let's do it. Gotta avoid those Tyrannosaur jaws too. I'll show you those in a minute, chat. But here you go, Minnie. And here you go, sweetie. Look at all those for you. Wow, wow. Look at those, Sweetie Pie. What a bounteous harvest. You're not gonna eat them? You're scared off because Minnie Pie is here? Where are you? She's gonna eat all those treats, Sweetie Pie. Treats that were rightfully yours. Goodness. Cat behavior is sometimes inscrutable. But I'm glad you're here, everybody. Yeah. Anywho. And where is Moon Pie, Miss Capri Kel? We'll see if Moon Pie shows up. Yeah. Anywho. And people are saying I'm quiet today? There are no settings that have changed. I've not touched anything. I should not be quieter in any way. Levels are exactly the same on my end, so... I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. Anywho. Orange cat chaos, says Alexander Morrison. There's plenty of black cat chaos here. Holy cow. Yeah, it's something. It's really something. Anyway, let's see if Minnie Pie discovers the treats behind her. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is she gonna find him? No! He did not find the treats behind her, which means Sweetie Pie can come up here and get them if she'd like to. Oh, and the printer is just completed over there. Let's, Here, let me grab those off the printer, preheat it, grab the memory card out, and we'll get another 3D print started here. Give me just a second. Well, well, well. If you're wondering what I'm currently printing right now, then, I'll show you. Check this out. jaws are done. I moved on to the cranium. And Pipsqueak Squid says, I love that you're printing this. My partner printed me a CT scan of a femur. It's what I study, and it's my favorite. You're giving me so many ideas. Isn't awesome? I do have a dinosaur femur floating around here somewhere. One that's not attached to a skeleton. A Nothronychus femur. Let me grab that. Here we go. Yeah, this is the femur of Nothronychus, which is a big therizinosaur, a plant-eating theropod dinosaur from I think the early late Cretaceous, like Cenomania and something like that. It's from New Mexico. Nothronychus right here. Thigh bone. I do a lot of 3D printing here, and that Tyrannosaurus skull I am printing for the Children's Natural History Museum in Fremont, California. Here's one of their fossil halls right here. It's a small homegrown style museum. There's a lot of school field trips that go through there, but they're gonna have a T-Rex skull pretty soon if I can convince them to buy it off me. Which, yeah, I've got a meeting on Saturday there, so we'll see. But anyway, yeah, good stuff. Let's see, scrolling through chat. It's always better when a life-size huges directly interact with the fossil to really show off the scale. Exactly, Deathsaurus. Absolutely. Yeah. Anywho, very, very excited about this. And, yeah. I hope they do, says Pipsqueak Squid. It's pretty much a done deal. I just gotta finish the thing. And I've got some other skulls. They might be also taking this Allosaurus skull off my hands, too. We'll see. But now I've got 2 printers. I can print things twice as fast. So let's go ahead and start that up, shall we? Let's figure out which piece we want to print next. I'm going to open a file up in Blender here. And we'll pick our next segment to print. There we go. There is our Tyrannosaurus skull. Let's do this one right here, part 91. I don't think I'm printing that one right now. Let's look on my list. Oh, part 91 is missing. Okay. Let's try the other side. Part 93. There we are. Brilliant. There it is right there. I'm gonna print it like this. I might remove the top of that tooth because part of this is gonna need sculpting anyway. Well, I don't know. Or maybe we'll go like this and we'll just print it that way. There's gonna be some odd supports to clean up, but that's fine. I'm going to be real careful as I slice this so that we don't get any weird artifacts or anything. Because some of these files have not been the cleanest. Yeah, like that. Well, actually, no, that's going to be okay. That'll be fine. I don't see any major red flags throughout here. It's looking pretty clean. Okay. 8 hours, 42 minutes. Let's go ahead and export that. There we go. And complete. Let's go put it into the machine and put a new spool in. We'll take care of that. Yeah, the machine's buzzing to life. And we'll start printing that file. Let me turn the camera just a little bit so you can see it properly. Yeah. Much better. Excellent. Good stuff. I can't wait. I'll be bringing the lower jaws over here. Bringing these lower jaws to the museum this week for that meeting, just so I can kind of show off, what we can achieve through 3D printing like this. So it's going to be exciting. Official Curly says, can you buy the STL file? You can indeed. Yeah. It's not my file. I purchased it myself. Let's see. I think it was... There we go. On Colts 3D. Right here. Yeah. So it's based on a commercial specimen, unfortunately. Not like a scientific specimen. So while it is, at least the original is mostly real bone, as I understand it, it's not... We don't know as much scientifically about it as I would like to. But it's really cool that this thing, which is apparently in some wealthy person's house somewhere, we could produce a copy of it and have that be open to public viewing. So I'm excited about that. Yeah. And Pipsqueak Squid says, I love the bronzish color you chose. It's very fossil-y. Yeah, that's what I use for whenever I can. This color's called copper. The tricky thing is, it sometimes goes out of stock. So after today's printing and maybe tomorrow's printing, I'm going to be out for a while until it's in stock again. What I really should do is see if I can buy it direct off the website. Shop USA made. Where is that? Let's see, bronze. What I'm looking for is copper. How do I search? There we go. That's the stuff. Yeah. Low stock, one item left. Oh boy. Kind of tempted just to buy that. I don't know how long it'll take to get here. But, yeah. Yeah. Let's try that. If I can buy direct from the website, then that wouldn't be too shabby. Orders being processed. Hey now. Okay, cool. How many of them, excuse me. How many of them do you need for one skull? Asks Official Curly TV. For this particular Tyrannosaurus skull here, given that it is enormous, like this is a big skull. It is not small. Given that it is very, very large, this is going to take probably about 20 or 30 different spools, each of them 1 kilogram. It might take more than that, actually. I've kind of lost track of how many it's taken so far. I should have kept record of that. And I don't think the product listing actually estimates how much filament needs to be used. Let's see here. Yeah, But yeah. The skull itself is going to be 150 centimeters wide? I think they mean long. So yeah, 1.5 meters. It's going to be about 5 feet long. 4.5, 5 feet long. But yeah. Yeah. And May BC, hello to you too. I hope you're having some wonderful time with family. Thanks for being here. And how heavy is the skull going to be? It'll be less than 100 pounds. Probably around 50 pounds, I imagine. So like, you know, a little over 20 kilos. So a lot lighter than the real thing, for certain. And hey, Casey Snowart, how are you doing? Hello, hello. All sugared up and ready to learn about dinosaurs? Well, cheers, Casey. Cheers. Deathsaurus is 150 centimeters, is around the length of Sue's skull. This one's pretty big, yeah. I don't think it's ever been figured in a scientific paper, the Maximus skull, but it is pretty big. It is very large. Here's an article by Sarah Kuta. Could sell for 20 million. I think it actually sold for about 6 million. Which is an insane amount of money for what it is. Dinosaurs like this are not necessarily that rare. Tyrannosaurus is the second or third most common dinosaur in the Owl Creek Formation. A big skull like this, you know, you do a few seasons prospecting, you will find one like this, if you're any good. Yeah. Anyhow, from private land in the Hell Creek Formation in Harding County, South Dakota. Same place where Sue and Stan are from, which also sold for absurd amounts of money. But yeah, the actual skull weighs around 200 pounds and is mounted on an iron pedestal. Yeah. Sotheby's didn't say who discovered Maximus or identify the current owner, which is probably a hint that, like, large portions of it are not real. Like, there could also be multiple Tyrannosaurus individuals who contributed bones to this skull. I would not be shocked. It could even be majority just, you know, majority casts from other Tyrannosaurus specimens. Like the nasals and the premaxilla, they look awful familiar. They look really familiar, and they don't really, like, fit on properly, but yeah. Anywho, yeah. And this part's really disingenuous. Officials at auction houses like Sotheby's defend the sales, arguing that private buyers often end up making the fossils available to researchers eventually. Private collectors play a critical role in the distribution of objects to museum collections, often donating or loaning items for permanent or long-term view and research. In order for this to actually be scientifically studied, it would need to be donated to an institution. And even if it were donated to an institution, I don't think this specimen is going to be very scientifically valuable at all because we don't know how much of it is real. I don't think they even have the notes on the stratigraphy, on the taphonomy, all of the contextual information that makes a fossil important for scientific study. I don't think they have any of it for this. I mean, if they do, I'd be very surprised. So it's, I don't know. It's going to be of greater use to science as a 3D print sitting in the museum in Fremont, California, than it is as like an original specimen on somebody's mantelpiece somewhere, you know? At least at that museum, it's going to be helping educate the next generation of scientists. It's going to be getting kids interested in science. And that's really important in and of itself, you know? So yeah. Yeah. And Deathsaurus, since apparently the skull is very complete, there's a picture of the skull encased in rock next to, is that Alan Dietrich, really? I would be a little suspicious with characters like that floating around, but because they don't say that it is from Dietrich. If you've got a link, I'd love to see it, because I'm not seeing anything. I remember seeing it on his Facebook. Yeah, he posts a lot of stuff on there. That's doubtful. Allegedly. Allegedly doubtful. Oh, boy. Thanks to the source. I would really appreciate that. That would be really useful info to have. Anywho, if you're wondering why there's allosaurs all over the office today, that's because we're going to be talking about Saurophaganax. Some of you have no doubt already heard the news that this obscure theropod dinosaur has had its genus name sunk. And there's a lot of people online who are apparently very upset about that. Like this person on the formerly functional website, formerly known as Twitter. He says, I'm going to be bedridden and sobbing after the Saurophaganax news. There's been so much of this.
Heard of carnivores dinosaur hunter by any chance?
Sentinel Tito, thank you for the 190 bits. I appreciate that. I'm in a... not in a game. I'm on the Steam page for a game called Dinosaur Fossil Hunter. But no, I don't think I've heard of that one. An official Curly TV says, I love this dinosaur, always thinking it's just a bigger Allosaurus, which... that very well might be the case. In fact, that was the tentative conclusion of the authors of the new paper that we're going to be looking at here. And we've got some inside scoops here. Here's a blog post from, I think, Matt Wadle, right? Might be Matt Wadle and Mike Taylor, who run the Sauropod Vertebrate Picture of the Week SV POW blog. But Matt Wadle is one of the authors on the paper. And, let's see. Find that right here. Here is the paper right here. So we're going to be talking about this. There's a lot of, apparently, I've been told that there's a lot of drama about this online and like the dinosaur fan community. So I figured a good use for today's stream would be to go over the new paper, but first lay some groundwork on what this dinosaur is, what is the history of its study, history of its discovery.
Tradoon.
How did so many people online come to be so fond of this particular dinosaur name? Like, what pop culture influences are there out there? And we'll talk about what it all means. So yeah. And thank you, Deathsaurus. I appreciate that. Anyway. And Forza, who are you talking to? I'm not sure Matt M33 is here in the chat, right? No, they probably are. But Forza, we're talking about a different fossil right now. And maybe you're a little confused. My name is Danny, by the way. Anywho. But yeah, we're gonna get into this. And Alexander Morrison says, people gotta let it go. Paleontology is the wrong field to get emotionally attached. Always changing and even rescinding ideas and names, yada yada. Exactly. That's one of the things we're going to be emphasizing today. And also emphasizing the point that a lot of the dinosaurs that you see in popular culture, those might be completely different from how the dinosaur actually was in life. At the end of the day, it's not the names and the appearances that are important, it's the actual animals and how we can discover what they were really like through the study of fossils. That's what's important. That's what know, if you want to think like a paleontologist, that's what you focus on, you know? The names come and go. They're unimportant. It's the fossils that are important. So anyway, yeah. Rose by any other name, Paleontology Edition. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. First off, though, maybe we'll lay a little bit of groundwork, especially for anybody who might be kind of new to some of these ideas. Let's get into binomial nomenclature. And before you go running away screaming because that sounds like a complicated topic. What is that? Binomial nomenclature? What are you talking about? All this jargon. We're going to explain that. Let's take a look at this.
Dog or frog.
And hang on, let me get this set up for viewing properly. Start from the beginning. There we go.
Welcome to Moo Moo Math and Science. In this video, I'd like to talk about a scientific name.
So a scientific name is the binomial, or binomen, I guess. Binomial nomenclature is this topic. Even if you don't think you know what this is, you probably actually do. Whether we're looking at, say, the tree of life, looking at different organisms there, like our own species, good old Homo sapiens, we are right there. Human is the common name. Homo sapiens is the scientific name, the Latin binomial. Binomial means two name. So it's always got two parts, the genus and the species. Homo is the genus, sapiens is the species. You've probably seen this in cartoons, actually. If you've ever seen any old Roadrunner and Coyote cartoons, you've seen them kind of make fun of this concept. Coyote, Carnivorous vulgaris. Roadrunner, Accelerati incredibilis. Carnivorous vulgaris. So the actual Latin binomial for a coyote is Canis latrans. There we go. Coyote over here. But yeah, meep meep indeed, DM Wing, yes. Yeah, coyote. Canis latrans is the actual genus name. And the dog, the domestic dog, is right over here. Sister species, gray wolf and also domestic dog, Canis lupus. So they're two species in the same genus. Yeah, let's get into it.
Also called binomial nomenclature.
Yeah.
If you were to name these animals, you could use the word cat, dog, or frog.
Yep.
If you lived in Germany, you would use cat, Hund, and Frosch. In order to avoid confusion, animals are identified and plants with a scientific name. This system is called binomial nomenclature.
Yep.
These names are important because they allow people throughout the world to communicate about animals. Scientists use international rules to name animals.
Yep, and there's even a whole guidebook about that I've got on my shelf. The actual code in book form, the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature, the rules that dictate what we can name animals, rules of priority, and all that other stuff.
These naming rules mean that every scientific name is unique.
Yep.
Scientific names are also designed to tell you something about the animal's relationship with other animals.
To a certain extent, yeah.
Scientific names may also be descriptive.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And Lenina, thank you for gifting
The Lenina gifted a
Racodactylus.
tier 1 sub to Racco_Dactylus.
I appreciate that,
We have
Lenina. Thank you.
374 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Lenina. Reiko, enjoy not having to watch any ads. Appreciate you, Lenina. And I hope you had a wonderful holiday, Reiko. It's good to see you. Eddie Scarn says, Sus Scrofa domesticus. That's the domestic hog. Yes, indeed. And Bubo Bubo, isn't that, or is it Bufo Bufo? Is the bullfrog official Curly TV? Yeah. Anyway.
About the animal. Let's dissect a scientific name. A house cat the scientific name is Felis domesticus.
Yep.
The first part describes the genus that a cat belongs to.
Yeah, so there's multiple other species within the genus Felis. We can go to here. Let's go to Felis the cat. Here we go. Small cats. Right here, genus Felis. So you've got multiple species. Felis manul, Pallas's cat. Jungle cat, Felis chaus. Felis beati, I guess that one doesn't have a common name? Huh. Domestic cat, Felis catus. Wild cat, Felis sylvestris. Black-footed cat, Felis nigripes. Sand cat, Felis margarita. A bunch of different cats within the genus Felis right here. Got it? Is that making sense?
Felis. It is always capitalized. All species that
gotcha, Charlie's Dragon. Okay,
most
cool.
closely
Thank you.
related are placed together in a genus. For example, like these.
This is all going to be important as we talk about
second
Allosaurus and
part of the scientific
Saurophaganax.
name, domesticus, is always lowercase, and it describes the species that is unique to the organisms.
Yep.
Let's look at another example. A dog, Canis lupus familiaris.
Yeah.
The genus is Canis.
Sometimes it's just Canis familiaris. Canis lupus is the wolf, and since dogs evolved from wolves, then I think a lot of people nowadays consider dogs to be a kind of a subspecies of wolf, so hence Canis lupus familiaris. But in some books you'll still see Canis familiaris. Yeah.
And the species is Lupus familiaris. How about the frog? There are over 5,000 types of frogs, so the scientific name tells you exactly which one you are talking about. The Rana temporaria. The genus is Rana, and temporia is the species.
Yeah. Anywho, got it? Latin binomials. They're not as complicated as they might look. But this is going to be important for our discussion here today. This is actually a really nice little diagram. Can I embiggen this? There we go. Yeah, that kind of works. Yeah. Kingdom Animalia, there's a bunch of different animals. Phylum Chordata, then Mammalia, Carnivora, Canidae. Genus Canis right here, and Canis lupus is the wolf. Right there. Good stuff. So you can see the further out you go, you attach more and more and more relatives as the group gets broader and broader and broader until it gets out to Animalia, the animals. You've got all kinds of critters there. But the more specific you go, the phylum, the class, the order, the family, the genus, and the species gets more and more and more specific until we're talking about members of one species. Canis lupus right there. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Rhacodactylus says Linnaean classification was a revolutionary contribution to science. Kind of, yeah. There's a really interesting book that I read about Linnaeus and about Buffon. I think you'd really like it, Reiko, actually. I read it this summer in the field. Excellent. It's called Every Living Thing. And I have it right over here. There we go. Every living thing, the great and deadly race to know all life. A little bit dramatic in the subtitle there. But yeah, excellent bit of kind of science history writing. Yeah, it's phenomenal, Rhacodactylus. You're really, really going to like it because, for one thing, it kind of takes Linnaeus down a few pegs. And the Count de Buffon, the French scientist, it really builds him up in a way. he was well ahead of his time when Linnaeus was, in many ways, kind of behind his time. And it's really interesting, during the French Revolution, for some reason, not really sure why, Linnaeus, who's from Sweden, was championed by the French revolutionaries as being a far more progressive naturalist than Buffon, even though Linnaeus had extremely retrograde ideas about class and race and all kinds of stuff like that. Buffon was the far more progressive-minded scientist, and the one who ended up being correct about these ideas too. But his legacy was kind of destroyed during the French Revolution. Really interesting how, like, I don't know, there was a lot of, like, kind of reactionary undercurrent in the French Revolution itself. Anyway, I think you're gonna love this book, Reiko. Check it out. Yeah. Or if you've got an Amazon wishlist, put it on there. I'm sure somebody would get it for you. But it's good stuff. Yeah. And yeah, there you go, Rhacodactylus. There's a lot of info about that in the book. The author definitely does not shy away from that. So yeah. Anywho. And there you go, Gehebe says, yes, indeed. I think that's part of it, yeah. Yeah. And is it like category or taxon is the term, Frankie? Like taxonomy? A taxon is just like a group of things you organize together. So yeah. And there you go. Thank you, Rhacodactylus. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, good stuff. Highly recommend that book. Really interesting. Really well written. The prose in it is exquisite. And it just came out this year, 2024. I can't say last year yet. It's still 2024. I've got to say this year. So anyway, now that we've got this idea down, Latin binomials like this, we can start talking about Allosaurus and Saurophaganax. So to kind of set the stage here, let's take a visit to the Morrison Formation, one of everybody's favorite dinosaur-bearing formations. Some of your most favorite dinosaurs are from the Morrison Formation, even if you don't realize it. Dinosaurs like Stegosaurus, like Apatosaurus, aka Brontosaurus. Diplodocus is from the Morrison Formation. Camptosaurus, Ceratosaurus, Allosaurus, Torvosaurus, and many others. The Morrison is like one of the most famous dinosaur-bearing formations. So when I say formation, what I mean there is a set of rocks that are all from the same time and the same place, basically. This is what's left of an ancient ecosystem. As sediment is being washed into these basins from the highlands, and burying all kinds of dead critters that will eventually become fossils, it's an ecosystem being preserved. And that's what a geological formation is. A geological formation, or simply formation, that's usually what we say in paleo, the Morrison Formation, is a body of rock having a consistent set of physical characteristics, lithology, that distinguish it from adjacent bodies of rock, which occupies a particular position in the layers of rock exposed in geographical region. So anyway, a geological formation like the Morrison Formation, or the Hell Creek Formation, or the Jajakta Formation of Mongolia. This is like a particular time and place. These animals and plants and other organisms live together. That formation is the records of that ecosystem, kind of hewn into stone. Does that make sense? That's a geological formation. I've done work in the Hell Creek Formation, the Judith River Formation, lots of work in the Cedar Mountain Formation now, and the Almond Formation of Wyoming. Those are kind of my big four but I've worked in some other geological formations around the U.S. as well. Yeah. So when we say formation, we mean the rocks from a particular time and place that contain the fossils of organisms that live together. But yeah. And have they found everything there is to find in the Morrison Formation? Forzad, far from it, no. In fact, we might even have... Just this year, there have been a couple of new dinosaurs described from the Morrison Formation. We'll be talking about this one later. But, who was our... Is that with an H? That supposed, diplodocid dinosaur. Who was that? From the Morrison. Oh, also there's, yeah. Here. Scrolling up. Who was that? Oh, here we go. Ardetosaurus. I'm not 100% convinced that this animal is actually distinct from the other sauropod dinosaurs, but this is a new sauropod, a new plant-eating dinosaur, just named from the Morrison Formation this year. So even though the Morrison Formation has been studied for since the Wild West days, since the 1870s, we're still finding occasional new dinosaurs, and we will we will continue to do so. Is it Hesperornithoides is the one I'm thinking of? Yeah. This is a little troodontid dinosaur that came as a complete surprise a few years back. This was published in 2019. Little tiny bird-like dinosaur, and it was found as a surprise. And I mean that in the true sense of the word. The accidental discovery of the skeleton led to some of the fossils being damaged or lost. The holotype, from the Wyoming Dinosaur Center, consists of a semi-articulated partial skeleton of a subadult or adult, including a bunch of different bits. Oh, they're not talking about where it's from? It was found inside of a fossil jacket underneath some sauropod dinosaur bones. So it was just kind of a bonus dinosaur inside that protective fossil jacket. You know, when we're out in the field, fossil field jacket. We take strips of burlap, we soak them in plaster of Paris, like this, and then we cocoon the fossils in these to keep them from falling apart as we bring them back to the laboratory. And they look like this. That's a field jacket. Now with this particular little dinosaur from the Morrison Formation, Hesperornithoides, they didn't realize it was in there. It's just basically squished underneath a big sauropod bone. So was it you crushed by the sauropod? There's a chance. Pyro Kitty's Tavern, there's a chance. A 2-for-1 deal, says Alexander Morrison. Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So anyway, the point is, even though the Morrison Formation has been studied literally for over a century, we're still finding new things. I can recommend another book to you if you're really, really interested in the Morrison Formation. There is one book that you really should get if you've got the wherewithal. It is right here by John Foster. Jurassic West is what it's called. Dinosaurs of the Morrison Formation and Their World. If there's one book to get on the Morrison, it is 1,000,000% this one. Excellent stuff. So let's take this opportunity to transition to Allosaurus here. Find this critter in there. Morrison Menagerie. Page 212. And we'll talk about Allosaurus. And we can even read a snippet out of this about Saurophaganax. And that'll set us up nicely for this discussion. Ceratosaurus, Elaphrosaurus, Fosterovenator. That's funny. Fosterovenator is named after John Foster. I wonder if he says it's valid or not in here. Based on the material available, the species is very possibly a nomen dubium. That's a term that we'll be going over today, too. Nomen dubium means, yeah, this thing probably isn't worth a name. It's probably not distinct enough to actually justify having a different name. Yeah. And, for Fosterovenator, he says, admittedly, additionally, I admit that I have an obvious personal motivation not to add an asterisk to this one, but I really am trying to be objective. That's because Fosterovenator, right there, is named after John Foster by a different author. Anyway, John's a really good guy, and that's really funny that he says he's a good sport. But yeah, and a dubious name. Yes, indeed, Charlie's Dragon. Thank you. Yeah. Allosaurus fragilis right here. And then we've also got Allosaurus geomadsoni. Right there. And Saurophaganax maximus here, too. Let's just go ahead and read this off real quick, because this will provide a nice kind of intro to what we're talking about here. Yeah. And Claire Burr, appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah. Here, let's jump to this. So this species, Saurophaganax maximus, was found high in the Morrison Formation at Stovall's Quarry 1 in Oklahoma, and was originally named Saurophagus, Ray, 1941. The original publication, if I recall correctly, wasn't in a scientific journal. That name was first printed in like a local newspaper, and only later was it published in a scientific journal. I think maybe as Saurophaganax by Dan Chury. We'll have to look into that. But anyway, Dinosaur National Monument paleontologist Dan Chury altered the genus name in 1995 because the original name apparently had been preoccupied by another animal, and because some of the original material was not distinctive. Much of the original material was not distinctive, but we'll get to that. So first off, we've already got some issues for this dinosaur, Saurophaganax. This is the critter, by the way. It's a big allosauroid dinosaur. Yeah, it's very similar to Allosaurus, but arguably much larger than some other Allosaurus specimens. So, going back to our Latin binomials, they're two-part names, usually Latin-derived. Not always Latin-derived, but often they are. But one thing that they have to be is unique. If you name a dinosaur or any other kind of organism, an animal, a plant, a protist, whatever, and it turns out that name is already occupied by another critter in that group, plants and animals can have the same name because we've got two different sets of rules. But if you name an animal and it turns out another animal already has that name, then you gotta change it. Yeah. What was that critter? I'm looking for it here. The original name that was given to this critter, I think by Stovall, was Saurophagus. Which I think... was it this? A beach kingfisher had the same name, although here it's the species name. I'm a little confused by this. But yeah. Anywho, maybe it wasn't a valid name, maybe that's why. But, hello, sweetie pie. Yeah, anyway. There was another critter, I think a kingfisher or a shrike or something, that already had the name Saurophagus, so they had to change it. Dan Chury, in 1995, named it to Saurophaganax. The name means King of the Reptile Eaters, or King of the Lizard Eaters, because this is the largest carnivore known from the Morrison Formation, reaching lengths nearly equal to that of Tyrannosaurus from some 85 million years later. Saurophaganax was a large theropod and has been estimated to have weighed approximately 2,700 kilos. It's about 6,000 pounds. And to have been close to 42 feet long, according to Chury in 1995. So the new type specimen, when Chury re-described it, he published a new paper, changing the name from Saurophagus to Saurophaganax in 1995. He designated a new type specimen, a neural arch, which is the top of one of the neck vertebrae. Vertebrae like that, those are dorsal vertebrae, but same kind of deal. The upper part of their vertebra right there is the part that he had. No, it is from a dorsal vertebra. A neural arch from one of the dorsal vertebrae that displays a unique horizontal projection from each side of the base of the neural spine. In other aspects of the skeleton, Saurophaganax is similar to its possible relative Allosaurus. Only 2 individuals of the genus have been found, and both came from Stovall's Quarry No. 1, so it seems to have been rare. It may have lived only in late Morrison times, but either way, it was undoubtedly a predator of relatively large vertebrates. So to kind of summarize, Saurophaganax, this proposed big theropod dinosaur, seems Allosaurus-like in some of its anatomy, but its neck vertebrae are weird and wonky, and they don't look much like an allosaur. What's going on with that? It's one of the reasons why it was named as a new genus. Well, fast forward to a few days ago. December 21st, this paper was published in the Journal of Vertebrate Anatomy, Morphology, and Paleontology. The title is Chimerism in Specimens Referred to Saurophaganax maximus Reveals a New Species of Allosaurus. Can anybody in the chat tell me what chimerism is? What does that term mean, chimerism? You know, Squiggles? What does that mean? What is a chimera? Getting some correct answers already. I love it. And most of these are correct in different senses. Yes. Excellent. So, a chimera in paleontological taxonomy is when you've got multiple different critters that you accidentally mix up, or sometimes even intentionally, if they're trying to, like, sell something on the private market. Oh, boy. You mix up 2 different critters to make a new one. This is usually done accidentally. Here, we've got evidence that this happened with this critter. That we've got at least 2 different kinds of critters mixed up here. Yeah. And we're in Shen. There you go, Jody. Well, sort of, yeah. At least with Shen, they were all Tyrannosaurus, right? Before we get into the actual paper here, let's take a look at this blog post from Matt Wadle, who is one of the authors on the paper. Here he is right here. Andrew Dannison, I think, led the project, and this is kind of his brainchild. And he brought together an all-star... Oh, shoot, Holly's there, too. Holly Flora, that's good for her. He brought together an all-star team. Many people I know personally. to help write this paper. They were on this team working on this project, kind of checking everything that they possibly could, crossing their T's and dotting their I's and all that jazz. Danny Barta is somebody I was at Montana State University with. Really good guy. Holly Woodward, kind of the queen of dinosaur histology, was also at Montana State and Museum of the Rockies when I was there. I went to her PhD defense. She does phenomenal work, maybe the leading dinosaur histologist in the world. And Holly Flora, I've worked with in the field many times. She was on my field crew in, I think, 2013 and 2014. But yeah, Holly's great. And then these two other authors, I've heard their names many times, never actually met them in person, but they were probably there at SVP. Anywho, Matt Wadle, one of the authors, wrote this blog post. He says, "Oh man, there is so much to say about this paper, which is a free download here." There's the link in the chat for you. The short version is that OMNH 1123, which is the holotype, the original specimen for our supposed dinosaur Saurophaganax. That holotype specimen does not definitely belong to a theropod. You can't be sure it's from a meat-eating dinosaur at all, and may actually belong to a sauropod, big plant-eating, long-necked dinosaur. And the same goes for some of the referred material. So those are other bits and pieces from elsewhere that have been assigned to Saurophaganax. People found other fossils and they go, hey, we're going to say that this comes from Saurophaganax too. Because it looks similar to the original specimens, I guess. Namely the atlas and chevrons, so some of the vertebral bones. Since neither theropod nor sauropod material could be confidently assigned to Saurophaganax, we consider it a nomen dubium. So basically, the original material used to diagnose the new dinosaur Saurophaganax back in 1995, they say on further examination, this stuff is not distinctive enough. As science advances and as we learn more and more about these different groups of dinosaurs, sometimes old specimens need to get reevaluated. And sometimes there were mistakes made in the past. You gotta go back and correct those. This is one of those cases. So that leaves a big old pile of fossils from the Oklahoma Panhandle that really do belong to a giant allosaurid, which we think is sufficiently distinct from Allosaurus fragilis and Allosaurus jamadsoni, two different species within the genus Allosaurus, to warrant naming a new species, a third one, Allosaurus anax. If you want all the evidence and technical details and scientific reasoning, it's in the paper, and some of it may make it into future blog posts. If you want to know what a weird ride this project has been, read on. So this is really good stuff. I'll give you a link to this paper. But yeah, and Scarlet Spruce wants to know who decides the switches. The authors of this paper. So here's the thing, in paleontology, we don't necessarily have like a governing body that declares which dinosaurs are valid and which are not. The way that it works is different individual scientists or teams of scientists will publish a paper making an argument, and either it catches on or it doesn't, you know? It's not like there's an official gavel, that comes down and says, Saurophaganax is invalid, this dinosaur has been sunk. It doesn't work like that. The way that it works is different people will publish scientific papers in peer-reviewed journals, and if they make a convincing case, people kind of go along with it. Or they don't, if it's not convincing. And sometimes you can get kind of warring factions, too. But there's no power that comes down from on high and declares and decrees things. It doesn't work like that. It's kind of a loose general consensus, if that makes sense. Yeah. And Scalaris says, have you had a chance to work with Mark Norell? I've never had a chance to work with Mark Norell, but I met him at 2013 at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, and I got his name tag in the name tag exchange during the after party. So I will treasure that for a long time. Scalaris, that's really cool. How do you know Mark Norell? How do you know of him? But yeah. A Dinosaur Charge. That would be a good TV series. There you go, Deathsaurus. Yeah. And Addicted to Capping Games, we're talking about one of those new publications today. Yeah, and if we have time, we'll get to a new dinosaur that was just published in the last couple days, too. So, yeah. Anywho. And one that was just was it in the last 24 hours, Lenina? Fantastic. It's a Christmas miracle. Yeah. We'll see if we've got time to get to that. And I met him a few times at AM&H. Great guy. Yeah, Scalaris. He's very, very well respected. He actually won the Romer Simpson medal last year. Not named after Homer Simpson, named after Alfred Sherwood Romer and George Gaylord Simpson. Medal recipients. There we go. The Romer Simpson Medal, which is the highest award issued by the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. Our Society for Vertebrate Paleontology, globally. And there you go, right? Oh, it should be right there. 2023 was Mark Norell. Let's see. Annual meeting. News.
Allosaurus, ancient predecessor of the Tyrannosaurus.
Allosaurus.
Mighty hunter of the Jurassic Age. Giant meat-eater with long, dagger-like teeth.
Nash Ben, thank you for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate it. Good stuff. Yeah. And Scarlet Spruce says, thanks, I'm an anthropology student, still trying to decide if I want to veer towards paleoanthropology or archaeology. Love this channel. Thank you, Scarlet Spruce. I'm really not on the human side of things. I'm a dinosaur guy. But in terms of job prospects, I don't know. If it means anything to you, it's probably easier to find employment as an archaeologist than a paleoanthropologist. But, do whatever you're passionate about, you know? Whatever floats your boat. That's, I don't know. I know people who are underemployed and far happier than some of the people I know who are fully employed and miserable. So, yeah. Anywho. Yeah. I was looking for the, Romer Simpson Medal recipients, and I don't... is it here? Romer Simpson Medal. I guess they don't have a list of recipients, but anyway, Mark Norell won it last year. So, if there were a Nobel Prize in paleontology, that's the closest equivalent to it, you know? And Mark Norell won that last year. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho, where were we? Chimeras, yeah. So let's get into this here. Here are some of those original holotype bones there. This, I think, is the Atlas vertebra. So this is the first one behind the skull. It's the one that, you know, holds the skull on the neck, like, you know, like in Greek mythology, Atlas holding the world on his shoulders. The Atlas vertebra holds the head, the skull, on the neck. So it's the first neck vertebra. Does that make sense? And there you go. Like Atlas holds up the sky. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. But yeah. Oh no, this is a dorsal neural arch. Never mind. Never mind. The atlas is gonna look different. But yeah, who even are you? Mount Whale Road's in here. The first point I want to make is that I myself had just about every possible conflicting thought about the identity of that holotype specimen, Saurophaganax holotype. I think chronologically, I've gone through the following stages in this order. 1, thinking it belongs to a theropod for essentially all of my life before Andy Dannison contacted me and invited me onto the project. Number 2, thinking it belongs to a sauropod after Andy showed me how similar it is to the vertebrae of known juvenile sauropods. Number 3, we moved on to thinking it belongs to a theropod more or less in a panic after I published my last post about Saurophaganax, and then worried that we were wrong and we were going to make fools of ourselves, or more flatteringly, I made the strongest case I could for a theropod identity to stress test our hypothesis, which is an accurate description of the outcome, but a lie about my motivation. And number 4, thinking it could plausibly belong to a sauropod, after Andy countered every point I raised in my Saurophaganax is a theropod after all push, with photos of the same characters and the vertebrae of juvenile sauropods, which led me to agreeing with Andy and then the other authors that designating Saurophaganax as a nomen dubium was the best move. This is the point of view that crystallized forever in the new paper. There's a lot of words right there. I'll break down a few of those terms and we'll kind of go through it. Probably heard the word characters a whole bunch. So when we talk about characters in an anatomical sense, we're talking about anatomical characteristics. We're talking about different features that can be important for identifying living things. So, let's see. Dichotomous key. Here we go. See if I can find you a... That'll work. Here's a dichotomous key for insects. This is like... Sometimes you'll see this in field guides if you're trying to identify a bug. In an insect field guide, you might have a dichotomous key like this. So each of these would be a different character. Large wings, small or no wings. Very long rear legs, shorter rear legs. You can kind of like move down like this. So these are characters. These are characteristics. Characters can be really broad, like the presence or absence of wings. Or they could be something really, really specific. Or it's like, the height of the neural arch is 1/3 the width of the full span of the transverse processes. Yes or no? There's lots of different ways to come up with different characters like that. Basically, you're looking at the bones and you're trying to figure out what's important about their shape. And it's one of those things that kind of takes a long time. You've got to look at a bunch of different fossils from the same group, look at a ton of different bones, and just get a sense for what's going on with each of them. You've got like a mental Rolodex built up. And you can start to learn what is typical for the group and what is not. So if you see something that looks weird in a new fossil, you can go, wow, that's unique. No one's ever seen that before. That might be a unique character. Put that in our paper as we're naming this thing as a new species. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Murph says, so Saurophaganax maximus is extinct and replaced potentially by Saurophaganax annex? No. Not quite, Murph. Now, we're jumping the gun a little bit, but... Saurophaganax has been sunk. At least this paper is attempting to sink Saurophaganax as a genus. And they're erecting instead a new species of Allosaurus. Allosaurus anax. See that right here. Allosaurus anax. This, of course, is in our 2024 in Archosaur Paleontology article here. The particulars of why they do that might be a little bit confusing, but I'm going to try and explain why. Deathsaurus is like the D-shaped front teeth, the premaxillary teeth, as a character used to identify Tyrannosaurid. Yeah, there you go. Deathsaurus. Yep. Yeah, back to our article here. Back to our blog post, rather. And also, I believe that at various points during the study, the author team considered just about every possible scenario for dealing with the name Saurophaganax maximus, from thinking that it was a valid theropod genus and species, to thinking that it might be a valid sauropod genus and species, put a pin in that thought, to thinking that it was potentially valid, but not definitely referable to either theropoda or sauropoda, to realizing that if we couldn't even be certain if it was a theropod or sauropod, then no one would be comfortable referring either theropod or sauropod material to it, which pushed us toward designating it a nomen dubium, a dubious name. So a dubious name is one of those names where it's been published in the scientific literature, but the original material they used to diagnose it, the bones that they point to and say, hey, this is a new species, turns out that material might not be any good. It might not be distinctive enough. It might be really poorly preserved. It might be misidentified. It could be a combination of the two. There's a lot of things that could make that material not good enough to name a new species. But when that gets realized, like, shoot, this original stuff is crud. We can't name some, like, this name is no good. That's a nomen dubium. Got it? Dubious name. So yeah. And there you go. Charlie's Dragon makes a good point here. Technically, the sauropod elements, all the bones from a big long-necked plant-eating dinosaur like this, all of the sauropod elements could still be termed Saurophaganax, but they're a weird mix, which might not be from the same species. Yeah, it turns out they're probably not. There's some sauropod bones that are probably from a Camarasaur. One of these guys. There's some that are probably from an Apatosaurine. So this kind of sauropod dinosaur. It's a mess. It's a mess. So the name Saurophaganax, parts of it are probably different sauropods from different pieces from different kinds of sauropod. Other parts probably are from a really big allosaur. So what they do here in the paper, as I understand it, is that they say Saurophaganax, we're getting rid of that name. Let's ignore the pieces that are probably sauropod, but the parts that are probably from a big allosaur, parts that are probably from a big critter like this, let's tentatively, gingerly say that, yeah, it probably is Allosaurus, but given that it's really big, and it's probably from a different time than the other Allosaurus species that we have right now, Allosaurus fragilis and Allosaurus jamatsoni, it's bigger than those guys, it looks a little different, and it's from a different time, we're going to come up with a new name for it. Allosaurus anax. Which means King Allosaurus, basically. Does that make sense? But yeah. And Scalaris. We talked about Archaeopteryx a lot back in November, as we were talking about the origin of birds. Getting geared up for Turkey Day. But yeah. Allosaurus Big Boy. There you go. Thalaru, yeah. That's basically what Allosaurus anax, the new Allosaurus species just named, means. So yeah. We considered using a lot of potential taxonomic acts, including naming a new genus, naming a new species, or not naming the giant Oklahoma Allosaurid and leaving it as Allosaurus spa. It's Allosaurus species, indeterminate. In the end, we decided a new species best captured our thinking about the material and was most likely to be stable over the long run. I really admire the thoughtfulness that they exhibit here. They put a lot of thought into this. It's very clear. And I'm also grateful to Matt Wadle for making those thoughts available to everybody in this blog post. You know? We get to see how the sausage is made to a certain extent. That's important. Smay, happy holidays to you too. Thank you for the 100 bits.
Happy holidays.
Good stuff. Appreciate you, Smay. But yeah. Jed Henry fixed his theropod wrist in his art of Jurassic Park. I'm not familiar with that, Claire. But yeah. Anywho. But are they sure about this? Is Matt Wadle sure about this, this particular conclusion? He says, heck no. I'm the same guy who thought that Saurophaganax holotype was definitely a theropod and definitely a sauropod. I remember the logic and evidence I used to reach each of those conclusions. I remember the certainty I felt in each one of those states. I remember the confidence that certainty gave me. But I think now that it was false confidence. I'm happy with the work we did in this paper, and I'm proud of it, and I think we came to the least bad solution. But I'm sure this will not be the last word on Saurophaganax, and future authors may discover things we overlooked, or come back with a new perspective when and if new material of the giant Oklahoma Allosaurid comes out of the ground. And here we go. This is getting into some of the specific anatomy. He says, here's what gives me pause. The accessory laminae in the Saurophaganax holotype are pretty much dead ringers for the spinoprezygopophisial laminae in the giant Oklahoma Apatosaurian. I didn't figure that out. Andy Dannison did, and it's one of those things that has just kept growing and growing in my mind even after the paper was finalized. No other allosaurid or allosauroid or theropod of any description that I know of has prominent bars of bone in the same place, but they'd be expected in the neural arch of a juvenile diplodocid sauropod. So these right here, highlighted in blue, are these laminae. Yeah. It's like not a thing that you see in theropods. Not to my knowledge either. So, that might mean that all of the vertebrae that were assigned to Saurophaganax turn out to be from a sauropod. Maybe from a juvenile of these big ones that they were finding in Oklahoma a long time ago. But yeah. But yeah. And what if we're wrong? Part of what I like about this so much is it helps describe how science works, you know? You read through this and you go, there's a lot of uncertainty here. There's a lot of question marks. There's a lot of I'm not sures. That's how it often is in science. We're dealing with very limited information. We're trying to be as honest as we possibly can be about that. Which means admitting that we're not sure about certain things. When you're dealing with really incomplete information, you'd be a fool to be 100% certain about certain things, you know? I think a lot of folks recoil at that. That idea of uncertainty is something that really bothers them. And I've never quite understood that. To me, that kind of uncertainty, that mystery there, is really appealing. Because, you know, I guess to quote an old TV show, the truth is out there. Someday we probably will figure this out, it just hasn't happened yet. And that's exciting. Science is the best tool that we human beings have for figuring out the natural world. the best way of arriving at the truth. Testing ideas, using evidence wherever we can. And there's going to be a lot of uncertainty. When we're at the very frontiers of human knowledge, there's going to be uncertainty. There's a lot of stuff we haven't figured out. And the more we learn, the more we realize we don't know. I find that really intriguing and exciting. And I think if you're here right now, you probably feel a similar way. But yeah. Enricadactylus says beautifully, science is just one tool, or rather a collection of tools, we have for managing our uncertainty. Nothing more, nothing less. Sure. Yeah. To quote one of my favorite comedians, Dara O'Brien, science knows that it doesn't know everything, otherwise it'd stop. That's great. I love that. Science knows that it doesn't know everything, otherwise it would stop. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Mulded says, why did they think that the vertebrae could be from a theropod? Originally, that's a good question. Maybe we can go into the original paper, and I can find that for you. Let me look through my PDF library here and see if we have that. Churi, 1995. And we'll see if that comes up. If not, I can probably find it in Wikipedia. There we go. Yeah, Saurophaganax. There we go. I found it in the PDF library. It just took a minute. So this is a scan that I have, courtesy of Dr. Denver Fowler. Gave me his old PDF library a long time ago. But yeah, during the 1930s, the University of Oklahoma collected a gigantic theropod dinosaur from Quarry 1 near the top of the Morrison Formation near Kenton, Oklahoma. Ray, in 1941, named this Saurophagus maximus in a popular magazine article, but did not provide detailed descriptions or illustrations. Virtually nothing else of substance had been published on this taxon since the time. Because of the lack of published data on Saurophagus, has been largely ignored. The general view is that it is probably referable to Allosaurus. So anyway, yeah, let's see, scrolling. I assume that all large theropod bones from Quarry 1 belong to Saurophagus. Matters are further complicated by the fact that much of the preparation done in the 1930s was undertaken by untrained laborers hired via the WPA. Consequently, the preparators simply ground and scraped away until they recognized something resembling bone, often the sponchiosa. So some of these people who were cleaning the bones originally did not know what they were doing. And so they're scraping away at the rock far too enthusiastically until they're scraping through bone, and then they go, oops, and maybe they stop after they realize they've hit bone. And it's like the interior spongy part of the bone, not the exterior cortical bone. So yeah. So that's part of it. These bones were all scrunched up. So maybe just by happenstance, some of these bones happen to be scraped and mangled to the point where they look like theropod. And then part of it is also just wishful thinking, I bet. You know you've got big theropod material from this quarry? Because there's claws and teeth that are unmistakably theropod. So you start finding some vertebrae nearby, and you go, oh, this could be theropod too. Holy cow, we've got a giant, weird theropod with strangely sauropod-like vertebrae. I think that's basically how it happened. Yeah. But yeah. So again, here's the paper from 1995 by Dan Churi. This is the paper that takes the name Saurophagus and gets rid of it and erects Saurophaganax instead. So you're also going to see a description in here of the original material, and here is all of those bones that are referred to Saurophaganax, I believe. Some of these definitely are theropod bones, and some of them, like the vertebrae, look at how these are not very detailed illustrations. They're just not. And see the dotted lines here? That means that that part of the bone was destroyed, evidently. And, yeah. Arrows point to the horizontal laminae along the base of the neural spine. There we go, right there. So these laminae are just little structures that go across the vertebrae like that are unknown in theropods. I think it's one of the reasons why this was named as a new species. It's like, that's weird. Never seen a theropod like that before. Slap a new name on it. Yeah. And yeah, those do look like caudal chevrons right there, Deathsaurus. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Which also look very sauropod-y to me.
The odds of this happening are so slim they
Helvetica scenario.
Calculate.
Yeah.
But then on top of that, to actually find the fossil makes the world of the dinosaur hunter the world of
the long shot. Helvetica scenario, thank you for the 6 months of support. I really appreciate it. Welcome back, and vertebrae, yeah. They're important. Especially to vertebrates, you know? We need them. But yeah, anyway. So some of these bones here, and the holotype specimen of Saurophaganax, are also figured right here. And yeah, there's like big parts of this that are missing. I think these are the same elements. Yeah. Yeah. Morphologically, Saurophagus is close to Allosaurus. There's so many typos in this paper too. Boy. Close to Allosaurus and should be placed in the family Allosauridae. Saurophagus is approximately 25% larger than any described specimen of Allosaurus, although size alone is of dubious systematic value, especially in light of the similar morphology. Yeah. Distinctive feature is the lamina across the base of the neural spine, a feature unique among theropods. Those bones are actually sauropod bones. Finally, the atlas is quite different and resembles the condition in some tyrannosaurids. It's probably because it's a sauropod atlas. Anyway. So he changes the name to Saurophaganax because the original name was what we call not a nomen dubium, but a nomen nudum. I'll show you what that means. So all of these different nomens, so like different terms for different ways that you could goof up a name. A nomen oblitum, I think, is when the type specimen is destroyed. Maybe. Nomen dubium is when it's like, yeah, it's not really distinctive enough, it's dubious. A nomen nudum, right here. Nomen nudum, or naked name, is when the name isn't clad by an actual publication. So if you publish somewhere that's not a scientific journal, if it's not peer-reviewed, like if you get the name published in a popular magazine or a newspaper or an internet blog post or something like that, that would be a nomen nudum in a lot of cases. Because it's not actually in a scientific journal. And that's what had happened with Saurophagus at the beginning. In 1995, Dan Shuri publishes this paper, taking that name Saurophagus and being like, it's a good name, but it's a nomen nudum. We're going to publish it in a scientific journal. That's what this is here. We're going to call it Saurophaganax instead of Saurophagus. Cool. But then it turns out that not all of the bones actually belong to the same animal. And so it turns out to be a nomen dubium, as this new paper this year argues. So yeah. And so Necitaris rhombopteryx isn't valid? Yes, DM Wang, it is not valid. You're talking about the scientific name for the Loch Ness Monster, right? Here, there might actually be something... Here. Is this going to be any good? Let's see.
इस वीडियो में हम बायोलॉजिकल नोमेनक्लेचर के अंदर यूज होने वाली टर्मिनोलॉजी को डिस्कस करेंगे तो सबसे पहले
Yeah, this is in... I'm not sure what language this is. But, oh boy. Nomen... Nomen dubium. Let's see if there's anything about this. This might be really tricky to actually find a video that's not like AI generated or... Oh, this is in Spanish. I wish we had one this good in English. But yeah. Anyway, I think a nomen oblitum is when there isn't actually a type specimen associated with the original description.
Bienvenido a tu canal Paleos, la historia de la vida en la Tierra. En este video te tenemos un tema interesante que podría resultarte útil a la hora de leer sobre biología y particularmente cuando se revisa la taxonomía de alguna especie o grupos de especies. Y es que quizá te hayas topado con términos
Maybe
raros.
you've come across strange terms like nomen nudum, incertacetus, nomen dubium,
y seguramente te
these other ones.
preguntaste qué
And surely you wondered what these magic spells mean. So that is why we dedicate this video to solving those strange names. Do not leave your screen. We are about to start. Don't go running off. This is great. The set of names that we will review in this video are known as descriptors.
Special magnetism for children.
There's Allosaurus again. Cephalon Wolf, thank you for the 18 months.
Space party, you plan it.
There you go, Cephalon Wolf. Thank you for the 18 months of support. And I suppose thank you for the pun as well. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. It's good to have you. Yeah. Descriptors. These are used precisely to explain the condition, the name that is written generally. These descriptors are placed in parentheses after the scientific name, or are mentioned as such in the body of the text. But before starting a note descriptors we will see apply to more ranges that only in the species can be used in super-specific ranges, such as genus, family, order, etc. Yeah. Anyway, this is good stuff. I'm going to give you a link here. Really, all we got to know is nomen dubium and nomen nudum for this, though. So let's just look those up on Wikipedia real quick. Get an exact definition. Nomen dubium, right here. Doubtful name is a scientific name that is of unknown or doubtful application. Name may be considered nomen dubium if its name-bearing type is fragmentary or lacking important diagnostic features. That is often the case for species known only as fossils. There you go. And nomen nudum, naked name, is a designation which looks exactly like a scientific name of an organism, may have originally been intended to be one, but has not been published with an adequate description. So maybe it's not published in a journal, maybe it's not published with like an actual type specimen associated with it. So Necitaris rhombopteryx would be a nomen nudum, as I understand it. Who asked about that? That was a great question. Was it you, DM Wing? Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. back to Saurophaganax. So we looked at the original paper, naming Saurophaganax as a new genus. Not a new species, but a new genus. Went from Saurophagus maximus to Saurophaganax maximus. You see right here. Saurophaganax, new genus, but same species, maximus. Turns out that some of these pieces are not actually from a big meat-eating dinosaur. And so, yeah. And there's Matt Wadle right there. With a plastic Allosaurus hat. Is that Target right there? Could be Walmart. I don't know. But yeah, that's pretty funny. Here's the actual paper. There we go. Chimerism of specimens referred to Saurophaganax maximus reveal a new species of Allosaurus. So basically the point of this paper is to go through all of the original material, try and sort out what belongs to who, which parts of the original Saurophaganax are actually sauropods, and which parts are theropods. And then they take the theropod parts and they go, it looks like Allosaurus, but it's from a different time. It's really high in the Morrison Formation. It's from Oklahoma. It looks really big and different. We're going to tentatively give it a new species name, Allosaurus anax. So Matt Wadle writes, I love the name Allosaurus anax. I didn't come up with it, Andy did. Here's why I like it so much. Number one, most importantly, although we come to different conclusions than Shuri in 1995 about the identity of the type specimens, we like and respect Dan Shuri and his work, and we didn't want the new paper to be seen as a criticism of his work. Huh. I always thought Dan showed a lot of generosity of spirit in creating the name Saurophaganax, honoring J. Willis Stovall and salvaging Stovall's intent with the original defunct name Saurophagus. So that's true. In that original paper, the 1995 paper, Dan Shuri is like, Saurophagus, it's a nomen nudum. We're going to kind of take that name and make it valid. Let's add a few letters, Saurophaganax. Instead of lizard eater Saurophagus, Saurophaganax. Saurophaganax, Lord of the Lizard Eaters, King of the Lizard Eaters. It's really cool, and I really like that they're basically doing the same thing here. Saurophaganax, not really a valid name. A lot of the material is probably from a sauropod, multiple sauropods. But they still want to hold on to part of that name in a respectful gesture. So instead of naming it something completely different, they're getting rid of Saurophaganax and making it Allosaurus anax. I like it. I like it a lot. Similarly, I thought it was just perfect that Andy wanted to honor Churi's work and salvage his intent by creating the species name Allosaurus anax. The species name anax means king, and there's a nice parallel there to Tyrannosaurus rex. Allosaurus rex would have sounded derivative. I'm hardly unbiased here, but to me, Allosaurus anax sounds wicked awesome. I'm inclined to agree. We really ought to bring Matt Wadle on for an interview at some point. He's a good guy, and I've hung out with him on a number of different occasions. Back when I was in high school, he was visiting Berkeley for a while, and he actually ran a dinosaurs class, I think over Easter break. I was able to take that class, and even though I was only a high schooler at the time. And yeah, he was very generous to me, and it was really cool hanging out with a paleontologist, a dinosaur paleontologist, talking sauropods and stuff. And I've run into him at a number of different conferences since then, and he's always a joy to be around. So I think he'd be an excellent interviewee here. So, yeah. He says, if I could have picked any two peer reviewers in the world for this paper, I would have picked Jerry Harris and Tom Holtz. Were they the two authors? The actual event, we got them both. I couldn't be happier. Yeah, nice. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Parting shot. It's beginning to look a lot like Synaxmus. So Jenny, I think that's Matt's wife, and I were talking tonight about some of the big Jurassic Park, Jurassic World dinosaurs we have around the house, and I discovered that the Jurassic World super colossal Allosaurus was a thing. What could be better for a dinosaur-obsessed guy who just helped rename the real world super colossal Allosaurus? Jenny got it online and found it in stock at the local Target, and I ended up racing through the store in the last 5 minutes before they closed to score one for myself. I hope to do more blogging about this project. We didn't go into a lot of detail in the paper. Some of the stuff Andy found has wild implications for Morrison's sauropods, and it would be kind of cool to do a post-mortem on why I was certain that the type specimen was a sauropod, then a theropod, and now maybe a sauropod again. And to talk about the referred specimens, and about pneumaticity, just maybe not until after Christmas. Yeah. He says, I'm publishing on stinking theropods now, so anything is possible. Watch this space. Matt is a sauropods guy, so it is a little odd for him to be publishing on theropods, but it's a good thing they had him on the paper there. Good stuff. Yeah. Anywho. And Helvetica Scenario, I had like 3 different people send this to me on social media. We'll take a look at that in a little bit. But, yeah, I think we'll take a look at that today. But first I want to finish this out. Let's take a look at that actual published paper. Just published, what, 3-4 days ago? 1, 2, 3, 4 of these people I know personally. Yeah, an Allosaurus annex. What's interesting is that even though this is a paper that's sinking a dinosaur taxon, getting rid of Saurophaganax as a genus, it's erecting a new species of Allosaurus. So we're kind of left even there. But it does add to our tally for new dinosaurs published this year. Allosaurus annex and Archaeocursor, both published this week. So we're up to how many new dinosaurs in 2024? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 with Inuentu, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 with Lishu Long, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46. 46 new genera and species of dinosaurs published in 2024. We are just shy of the record for the past decade. Let's see here. Let me find that from SVP. Where's my poster there? There we are. Yeah. So, the previous record for the past decade is 2019 with 47. We've got 4 days left. 4 days left for a new dinosaur to be published in order to beat that record. We'll see. We'll see. I don't think it's going to happen, but really interesting that I don't know how much it actually says about the pace of dinosaur discovery. Because there's so many variables there, you know? So many confounding factors. But it is really nice to see so many new dinosaurs published this year. Maybe a big part of that also is that 2023 was so low. That was our lowest point in the last decade. So maybe a lot of these things were just stuck in press for that time, stuck in review. And then the dam kind of broke a little bit this year, and a lot of these things finally got published, you know? But yeah. Yeah. What'd you send off your paper on Spinosaurus? It's not on Spinosaurus, Jody Fish. It's on Spinosaurs in general, as a group. And I'm not naming any new dinosaurs in that paper. It's just a kind of a paper on feeding ecology of Spinosaurids in general. That'll be hopefully January or probably more likely February that I get that submitted. I'm probably going to fly out to North Dakota, hang out with Denver Fowler for a few days as we get that paper finished, and then we'll submit it for publication then. So yeah. Yeah. Santasaur, there you go, Chi-Town Deke. Yeah, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Yeah. I'm looking forward to that paper too, Lenina. Holy cow. It's been a long time coming. Anywho, yeah. Allosaurus Anax. I haven't read this paper all the way through yet, but I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. All of the material referred to Saurophaganax maximus was examined to assess its taxonomic status, with particular focus given to elements distinguishing it from Allosaurus. Yeah. And photogrammetric models. Ooh, so they've got some files here. I wonder if I'd be able to 3D print any of those. Yeah. There's that post-orbital bone right there. Yeah, interesting stuff. So it turns out that that post-orbital might actually be from a sauropod too. Right? No, maybe not. Anywho, a bunch of the vertebral characters turn out to be sauropod stuff on the vertebrae. Let's see here. Atlas vertebrae. Here's an Allosaurus atlas. This is the first vertebra in the neck that attaches to the skull. So here's Saurophaganax, and here's Camarasaurus. They are very, very similar to one another. So this probably is from a Camarasaur rather than from an Allosauroid at all. And there's just case after case like this with these different bones. They turn out to really probably be sauropod bones. But yeah. I'm fairly convinced by this. I also saw the talk at SVP. I was there in the audience for this in person. And, yeah. It's exciting that somebody's actually going back and revisiting this stuff. There's weird things going on in the Morrison form. Oh, and they did a histo, too. Which, you know I'm going to be excited about. I'm sure this is Holly Woodward's work here. So yeah, trying to figure out what's going on with the life history of this animal. They do have an EFS-like structure, external fundamental signature, or external fundamental system. So that's when the growth starts to slow down, the growth lines get closer and closer together as the animal is reaching skeletal maturity. So it probably was full grown, or close to it, whatever it was. Sauropod or theropod. But yeah. Yeah. But this is neat. And I love this chart right here where they're just showing you these different elements. So yeah, that post-orbital right there is the new holotype for Allosaurus Anax. Nice. Other stuff can be referred to Allosaurus. But then these chevrons turn out to be from diplodocid dinosaurs. Long-necked sauropod dinosaurs. According to their work here. This is cool stuff. I like this a lot. Anyway. And Squiggles says, It's a shame for those who had been so excited originally, but it's best to get it right in the end. Yeah. There are so many different... Apparently, there's so many people online who are really upset about the Saurophaganax news. I don't know. To me, I find myself frustrated by this because it's not like we're cheering on a sports team or something like that. This is science. We're trying to figure out what's true and what's not. That should be the goal. That's what we should be all jazzed about. You know, if a particular dinosaur name that you really like turns out to be invalid, it's just a name at the end of the day. The animals are the same. The animals are still there. Well, they're still extinct. But it doesn't mean that they're somehow not real or something. So I think that's why I always rankle a little bit when someone says, well, you know, this particular dinosaur, you know, Brontosaurus wasn't real. No, it was. You're just using the wrong name for it. It has no bearing at all on the actual animal itself. You know? Does that make sense? We're just arguing over semantics. And at the end of the day, the name isn't real. We made that up to try and make sense of these animals. The name is a human construct. Don't get attached to it, you know? Anywho. I don't even know if I want to show any of these, but there's a bunch of people really upset about this one. Is kind of funny. Accurate Saurophaganax. It's got a long sauropod tail, sauropod hind limbs, sauropod neck, and then allosaur hands, torso, and skull. That is clever. I appreciate that. Yeah. And thank you, Murph, for gifting Gamer Tragic. I do really appreciate that. Thank you. Anyhow. And Feist.
With massive jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth,
oh yeah,
Tyrannosaurus Rex was a terrifying sight.
Yes, indeed. Feist, thank you for the 44 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Speaking of Tyrannosaurus Rex, I showed this off at the beginning of today's stream, but not subsequently. Check this out. Just finished assembling this last night. On Christmas night. This is our life-size Tyrannosaurus jaws right here. Ugh. Pretty impressive, right? You can see why I've been running out of printer filament. Pretty excited about this. Currently printing the entire skull, piece by piece. There's about 140 pieces total, something like that. So yeah, before too long, this is going to be hopefully at the Children's Museum of Fremont. After it's all finished, the seams are all smoothed out, everything's all painted. It's going to be great. Yeah. And screenshot that for Blue Sky? I can do that. Yeah, here. That right there. Control. Print screen. Yeah. Let's try that. Be better if I could get it on this camera. This camera is superior, but it's I think so big we can't fit it in frame. And digital DeX says so be able to take it apart. No, it'll once it's together, it'll be together. Just got to make sure it's gonna fit it through the doorway. Gotta be careful about that while I'm assembling it. But I'm putting it together piece by piece. Oh, and another piece just finished on the printer. Excellent. We'll go restart the far printer in a few minutes. But right now, let me get this posted. All right. I don't like that screenshot. Let's try again. You know, maybe we can fit it in this view. Be careful here. This thing is pretty unwieldy. Try that. Go from this to this. Yeah. You like the previous screenshot more? Charlie's Dragon? I guess that works. Yeah, let's go with that. I just want to... Here, I'll do some editing and post here real quick. There. Turn saturation down just a titch. Lightness up. Image adjustments, brightness, contrast. Contrast up, much better. Why can't I get it do that live on the camera? Said it's like a canoe. Germ says it's like a canoe. It does look like a canoe, doesn't it? Let's go ahead and post that up. There we go. Whoops. Now we want to go to...
Tradoon.
There we go. There's our image.
Tradoon.
Stream is teaming. With ridiculously big theropods today from Saurophaganax discussion to .3D printing, printing, full size Tyrannosaurus skull. Let's see. Looking forward to bringing this to my local museum soon. And alt text. Screenshot of Twitch stream with me holding 3D printed lower jaws of the Maximus. Oh, no, I'll let people ask in the comments if they want to know what it is. Tyrannosaurus. With Allosaurus skull and various Allosaurus rigid figures on my office wall behind. There we go. There we go. Let's put Allosaurus Anax in there too. And here we go. Let's post it.
Your butts.
Post. All right, there is a link, and let me put a link to the stream. Doing live at twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. There we go. Make sure the link works. Bingo. Yeah. Good stuff. Anywho, yeah. Oh, and Lay's Fort had a good question. Where was that? Lay's Fort, welcome to Paleontologizing. I want to know, would the Komodo dragon be the closest thing we have left to a real dinosaur? No, not even close, actually. Yeah. As Charlie's Dragon pointed out there, birds are living dinosaurs. But beyond that, lizards aren't particularly close to dinosaurs, even within non-avian reptiles. Yeah. Let's see. Let me see if I can find that in the transcript. Where's that clip? Here we go.
Dinosaur DNA and all DNA just breaks down too fast.
Here's my old boss, Jack Horner.
Going to be able to do what they did in Jurassic Park. We're not going to be able to make a dinosaur based on.
Hey, T-Matrix, how are you doing? Hello, hello.
But birds are dinosaurs. Birds are living dinosaurs.
Yep.
we actually classify them as dinosaurs. We now call them non-avian dinosaurs and avian dinosaurs. So the non-avian dinosaurs are the big clunky ones that went extinct.
Yep.
Avian dinosaurs are our modern birds.
Yeah.
So we don't have to make a dinosaur. So I already have them.
There you go.
I know you're as bad as the sixth graders, right? The sixth graders look at it and they say, no. You can call it a dinosaur, but look at the velociraptor. The velociraptor is cool. The chicken is not.
Chickens are cool
So
too.
this is our problem, as you can imagine. The chicken is a dinosaur. I mean, it really is. I mean, you can't argue with it because we're the classifiers and we've classified it that way.
Yeah. There's a general consensus, like we were talking about earlier.
Fix the chicken. So that's
cool,
what
Dr.
I'm
Hobbs.
here
Yeah,
to
that's a
tell
great
you
video.
about, how we're
Yeah.
going to fix a chicken. So we have a number of ways that we actually can fix the chicken.
To make it look more like a velociraptor. If you want to learn more about that, here's a link to that video in the chat for you. There you go. Yeah. And yeah, it is Thursday Birds Day today, Gravity. We'll get to that in a little bit. I forgot to put that in the title. Yeah. And we're lucky chickens aren't any larger than they are currently. Vicious avian archosaurs. Yeah, Alexander Warzone. Oh boy. Yeah, but apart from birds, who are living dinosaurs, the question was whether Komodo dragons are dinosaurs, and they're not. The other closest living relatives to dinosaurs, apart from birds literally are dinosaurs, so technically dinosaurs are not extinct. We've got a great many living species of dinosaurs today. How many?
Over 9,000!
Yeah, it's estimated that there's about 10,000 species of living bird, which means 10,000 species of living dinosaur. But even though the name dinosaur can be roughly translated to terrible lizard, lizards are not dinosaurs. They're not even close to dinosaurs on the reptile family tree. The closest thing besides birds to dinosaurs, birds literally are dinosaurs, are the crocs. Crocodilians are the closest living relatives to dinosaurs that are not quite dinosaurs themselves. Does that make sense? There used to be a bunch of other critters that were more closely related to dinosaurs, but they're all extinct. Among living animals, crocs are the closest non-bird creatures to dinosaurs. And so birds and crocodilians today form a clade called Archosauria. Dinosaurs are in between here. Dinosaurs are kind of the link that is now missing between crocodile ancestors and modern birds. Lizards, by contrast, are pretty far away. They're going to be way over here. The lizards and snakes, squamata. So, imagine three animals side by side. You know, you don't even have to imagine it. Let's see. There we go. There is a Komodo dragon right here. A saltwater crocodile right here, and let's find a bird. Here we go. Go like this. There we go, chat. With these three animals here. Yeah. Stop it. There we go. Which two of these is the most closely related to each other? Which two of these are close relatives in the grand scheme of things? Which ones belong together? Which ones are close relatives to one another? What do you think? Anybody have any ideas? I saw several correct answers there. Yes, indeed. The two closest relatives to one another are indeed the penguin and the croc. These two are much more closely related to each other than either one is to the Komodo dragon. Komodo dragons are a kind of lizard. They're not particularly close to crocodiles. Crocodiles are much more closely related to birds. Birds and crocodiles are together on this family tree. Where did I put that? We had it right here, didn't we? Here we go. Archosauria is the clade that includes birds and crocodiles. Oh, yeah. Archosaur fandom there. There you go, Golganik. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, birds and crocs. They come out of this clade right here. 240 million years ago, they shared a common ancestor. Whereas if you want to get to the common ancestor of them and then Komodo dragons, you got to go all the way back to 300 million years ago. Komodo dragon is over here. It's kind of a varanid lizard, monitor lizard. It's related to water monitors, savanna monitors, common tree monitors, crocodile monitors, and hall monitors. No, scratch that last one. That's not true. Yeah. But yeah. And LCD monitors, yeah. They're not related either. Nor is,
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Janine's Mess, thank you for the 16 months of support at Tier 3 now. Thank you very, very much for that. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, the USS Monitor is also not a close relative. It was a boat. Or hydraulic monitors, yeah. Glucose monitors. There's lots of different monitors that are not related to monitor lizards. But, monitor lizards... Varanidae. There's a lot of species of them. Wow. And the Komodo dragon is one of them. Yeah. What about the anti-monitor? I'm not even sure what that is, DMWing. Yeah. Yeah. And Boom Shakalaka says, why does the face of a T-Rex look like a lizard? We're not sure it did. They may have actually had feathers all over their bodies. We don't really know. They do have kind of a general sauropsid kind of face going on. Birds today are pretty weird as far as dinosaurs go. Birds went through like a weird bottleneck where at the end of the Cretaceous period, all of the dinosaurs went extinct, except for just a handful of bird species. And those few bird species that survived diversified into the over 9,000 species of birds that we have today. And so it's just a few ancestral species, and all of the ones that evolved from those that we have today all inherited some key characteristics. One of them being a toothless beak. Tyrannosaurus definitely is not a toothless animal. Most definitely not. I mean, it's got some... Oh, boy. It's got some teeth on it, you know? These are, they're pretty big, too. Yeah, I don't know. Birds are very specialized animals. And they went through that big evolutionary bottleneck where only a few species survived. And so, even though birds today are very diverse, they're very speciose, they've all got toothless beaks. There's no toothed birds anymore like there used to be. So I think that's one of the reasons why you might think of T-Rex looking more lizard-like, because, well, shoot, a lot of birds used to have teeth, and you know, if you throw toothed birds into the equation, it kind of complicates that picture a little bit, doesn't it? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anywho, let's put this back. There we go. Nice. But yeah, you're welcome, Boomshock Rocket. Thanks for the good question. And T. Miller says birds use stones in their stomachs to grind food now, right? Some of them do. They use what we call gastroliths in their gizzard. Let's see. There we go. Let's look at this. The virtual chicken. I love this.
After the food leaves the crop via peristaltic action, it moves into the proventriculus. Also known as the true stomach, the proventriculus is where actual digestion begins. The walls of the proventriculus are thick and composed of 5 layers. A muscle layer, itself composed of 3 individual layers. A thick layer of glandular
So we know all of this about chickens because we can dissect them. They're very well-studied animals. There's a lot of them around.
The glandular tissue produces secretions which begin the process of digestion. These secretions include hydrochloric acid.
Anyway, let's get to the
enzymes in the proventriculus.
Let's get to this.
At this point, the food has not yet been ground, only softened before it moves to the gizzard.
Okay, so we got to go to the gizzard then. I don't know why that didn't show up in here, but let's get to the gizzard. Yeah.
The gizzard, or ventriculus, is the muscular stomach where the grinding of food takes place.
There we go. So chickens today don't have teeth. You've probably heard of the phrase rare as hen's teeth. Unless they've got some sort of a weird atavism, like a mutation that brings them back to an ancestral state. Chickens are not going to have teeth. But they do have a way of grinding up food in their guts.
After being softened by the proventriculus, food moves into the gizzard. It's a round organ with 2 lobes, one larger than the other. Each surface of the gizzard is covered by a shiny layer of tendinous tissue, which is thicker at the center and thinner out by the edges.
Okay.
Under this outer layer are located very powerful masses of red muscle. The inner surface is lined with a creamy-colored, thick, horny tissue raised in ridges. This surface acts as the bird's teeth and is made up of a strong keratinized material called koilin that is able to withstand the potentially damaging effects of the hydrochloric acid and pepsin coming from the proventriculus and the muscular action of grinding food.
Tummy teeth.
As the koilin wears down from the grinding action, glands in the gizzard produce more koilin that passes to the surface where it hardens to replace the worn tissue. Though the gizzard consists of very powerful muscles, it alone can't pulverize everything the typical bird eats. Grit and small rocks are picked up as birds peck and feed. This mineral matter accumulates in the gizzard, and the particles help pulverize the seeds and grain.
There you go.
Once the food is ground, it passes into the small intestine.
Pretty neat. Pretty neat. So again, that's the gizzard. That's, I think, after the stomach is the gizzard. Hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? Yeah, you better enjoy that tree now. I think this might be the last day that it's up. Yeah. Anywho. Oh, we got a Hanukkah song. It's either the first or second night of Hanukkah tonight, right? Do I have that correct? Hope says, did you know that cats are made of magic? I did not know that. Is that true, Mini Pie? She's like, I'm not telling. It's the second. Thank you. Okay, excellent. Yeah. And a small-boiled egg, you're only like the 5th person to ask me about that so far today. You know what? Let's do it. Let's take a look at that video. Multiple people have sent that to me on social media so far. So let's find it. Where was that? Man, a lot of notifications to sift through here. Hang on just a minute and I'll find it. There it is. Okay, this just came out 2 days ago. The title is Jurassic Park with Scientifically Accurate Raptors. Interesting stuff. I wonder if they're going to break it down here or if it's just going to be the scene itself. But for those of you who are not aware, the raptors from Jurassic Park are not actually Velociraptor. They're actually a different kind of dromaeosaur called Deinonychus. This is kind of made obvious in the Jurassic Park novel, although a lot of people still seem to be really confused by it. There's some confusion with Utahraptor and everything. Utahraptor was actually published after the premiere of Jurassic Park, as far as I know. Or maybe like a couple days before. But the raptors from the movie are supposed to be Deinonychus. What's really funny is that Velociraptor was a really obscure dinosaur. Nobody knew that name before Jurassic Park came out. It's kind of a long story why they used the name Velociraptor instead of Deinonychus. It goes back to a book by Greg Paul from the 80s. But, yeah. Let's just take a look at this right here. So there's Lex and Tim in the kitchen. Oh, here we go. What's that, Mini Pie? Ooh. Oh, I love the feathers. And that eye, too. Zim2687, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Look how much scarier this thing is with the fuzz on it. Oof. You know? People say, oh, feathered dinosaurs aren't scary. I don't think they're scary. They're, holy cow. Feathered, shaggy, filamentous animals. Oof. I think they're spooky in and of their own right. You know, just something with that kind of shaggy aspect to it is just, I think, deeply unsettling. I don't know why. It just is.
Just the two raptors, right? You sure the third one's contained?
Yes. Unless they figured out how to open doors.
And there we go. Yep. And there you go, Shadowcat, yeah. Oh, look at that. Oh, man.
Timmy, what is it? Deinonychus.
True. Look at that. Look at those feathers. Oh, man. This is phenomenal. Oh, man. Just brilliant. I'm a little worried that in this remake, the Deinonychus are just gonna get him, you know? That we're gonna see 2 children devoured on screen. Okay, uh-oh. Oh, that's such a great shot. I love how the feathers go like that. This is phenomenally well done. I love how it launches itself like that, and you can see the flapping. That is so good. Holy cow. Phenomenal. I'm thoroughly impressed. And to think that this was done by a very small team, maybe just one person? The animal depicted in the remake is not Velociraptor. It's an oversized Deinonychus anteropus. So the A in anteropus should... The species name, you never capitalize it, like we talked about earlier. As was the case in the books in the original film. Just incorrectly lumped into the genus Velociraptor, making them Velociraptor anteropus. That's true. But yeah. Yeah. Raptors modeled, animated, rendered in Blender. Final video compositing done in After Effects. And there's a download link. Holy cow, this is phenomenal. Really, really good. Exquisite. Yeah. It's really impressive, you know, what one passionate, talented person can do with the right software nowadays. Isn't it, Mini Pie? It's very impressive. Give me a minute and I'll show you. It's interesting how sometimes individual people can put entire movie studios to shame. Yeah. Let's get some treats for Mini Pie, and then I'll leave a comment. Yeah. All right, Minnie. Here you go. Ooh, good stuff. Deathsaurus says, goes to show how far tech is advanced, and that's part of it. I think part of it is also... you've got more people playing around with this kind of thing nowadays. And so really, really talented people can still... I don't know, I think people with a ton of talent and some of the right resources could just about always do kind of the... They could surpass what the big movie studios could do. In a lot of ways. You look at Phil Tippett working in his garage, making prehistoric beasts. You know, he's not part of a big studio or anything at the time, but he was able to produce that, which stands up to this day. There you go. You got the last one, Mini Pie. Good for you. Yeah. So yeah, here, let's leave a comment. Here. Dinosaur paleontologist here. Phenomenal work. Let's see. Your attention to detail on the feathers and eyes is brilliant. The detail is brilliant on the feathers and eyes. Little avian flourishes in the Deinonychus movement. Really sells them as real animals. Thank you so much for making this. It's a perfect video to counter when people say feathered dinosaurs aren't scary. Comment. There we go. Yeah. Here is a link to that video right there. If you'd like to watch it for yourself, bookmark it. I actually want to download this real quick before it gets taken down, if it does get taken down. There we go. And download. There we go. I got it for posterity. Oh, and Scorch Hellfire wants to know, would Deinonychus have hunted in groups like the JP Raptors? Well, the JP Raptors are Deinonychus, and that's where the pack hunting idea comes from. When Deinonychus was first discovered in Montana, there were several of them found at the same site. John Ostrom led that team that excavated them in the late 1960s. And since then, there have been numerous different quarries where several Deinonychus specimens were found alongside a Tenontosaurus. So this is kind of a trope in dinosaur art, as you've got multiple Deinonychus all mobbing a Tenontosaurus, just tearing the poor thing apart. Because we have found several instances where there's one Tenontosaurus skeleton and a bunch of Deinonychus in the same spot. Or sometimes it'll be one Tenontosaurus skeleton and just a ton of Deinonychus teeth. Like spent bullets at a crime scene. You know, like shell casings. These shed Deinonychus teeth all over the place. Way too many to be from just one Deinonychus. So the hypothesis was that maybe Deinonychus hunted in groups. Maybe in packs, like a wolf or like lions or something like that. We don't actually know that they did that. The evidence is at best circumstantial. And mobbing behavior, where you just have a bunch of them eating the same animal at once, or even taking down the same animal at once, can be very different from coordinated pack hunting. If we're trying to determine whether or not these animals were engaging in coordinated pack hunting, we'd need some better evidence in this, you know? It's a really difficult hypothesis to test. You know, when all you've got is... when all you've got is fossil remains, you can't observe the behavior of living animals, then it becomes really tricky to know whether or not they actually, whether they had coordinated pack structures or anything. Out of all of the dromaeosaurs, all of the members of this family, the raptor dinosaurs, as members of the public often call them, out of all these guys, the one that we have the best evidence for hunting in packs is Deinonychus. Even that is squishy. Is it's far from concrete evidence. You know? Does that make sense? Yeah. Anywho, I like those pieces with the Acrocanthosaurus lurking by the Deinonychus hunting Tenontosaurus. Yeah. Like right here. That is a really nice one. Muhammad Hogani does some excellent work like this. Yeah. But yeah. And you see the feathering on the Acrocanthosaurus and on the Deinonychus and Tenontosaurus. That's really cool. Anyhow. Yeah. Ideum dubium, this is Germs journaling. Sure. But yeah. Yeah. And Scorch Hellfire says, wonder how they all died and got buried together. Sometimes, you gotta think that, sometimes when you get multiple animals preserved in the same place, it might be a weird freak event. You know, it might not be something typical. So it could be that they all died in a local flash flood. And then all those bodies just kind of got deposited in the same place. There's one particular sandbar in the river. It's particularly tall and tends to snag a bunch of crud. And they all just, they may have died at separate times during that day, and then the carcasses got washed together. Or maybe they really did die together. We don't really know. But that was the idea, is that maybe several Deinonychus were attacking this Tenontosaurus and they were killed in the process. So yeah, we don't really know. Let the bodies hit the sandbar. There you go, Mayor Spades. Yes. But that's what we call a lag, a channel lag. I doubt we'll be able to find a video on it, but it's one of those things that we. We can use things like a stream table for running experiments like this. So this is one of these really cool devices that we can use for studying the flow of water and how different things get deposited. So you run water through it, and you can see how the stream channel moves over time, and it's taking sediment from that side over there. It's kind of incising into that, and it's going to deposit it elsewhere. So eventually, since the water's moving really, really fast along that edge, this is going to form an oxbow lake. We're going to have some stream capture. That's what that's called. So yeah. It does not prove exactly the opposite Maui does, yes. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. But yeah. I've got some mob-esque feeding behavior in my post for Thursday birds. Nice, Alexander Morrison. Cool. We'll check that out. But yeah. Doesn't OBS do stream capture too? It does, but it takes a lot of extra system resources. So I don't typically do that. We just download the VOD from Twitch instead. And did you ever build a stream table to stream? Not yet, DM Wing, but maybe one of these days. That would be really neat to do. When we're talking about deposition, talking about taphonomy, that's, that could be really cool. Maybe that's something we'll do this next year. Who knows? I had one on my Amazon wish list for a while, but then they got rid of the that product. Geology stream table. Oh, they have it again. Okay. Yeah, it's not particularly well reviewed, however. But it would probably still be cheaper than building my own out of materials and making sure it's all waterproofed and everything. So you know what? I'm gonna put it up on the wish list just in case anybody would really, really like to see those sorts of streams on the stream table. I'll put it on there. Anyhow. You should get a fancy STL 3D printer. Trixie Horror, I have 2 3D printers. One of them should be running right now. What am I doing? We got a... Time's a wasting. We got to, put another file on there. Let me go grab the card out of there and get everything set up, get it heated up. Alright. These teeth are way too thin. I don't know what's going on with that. But, it's a problem with the file, not with the printer. But, yeah, there we go. Maxillary teeth. From our T-Rex right there. Finished. Good stuff. Now let's set up another file here. Which one of these pieces do I want to print? Let's see, I think I've got that one done already, right? Part 85. Yep. And this is part 84. Let's try that one. Oh boy. That one might be too big. I might be out of filament before I even finish printing this one. Let's see how long it takes. Let me look at that spool and see how much I've got. Got an okay amount. I can probably swing that. Oh, but we've got a major error right here. That's not good. So this is what I got to be careful of when I'm trying to print something like this. Look right there. This part got weirdly cut out. It's not supposed to be like that. So let's repair that model with an online service real quick. Alright, model repaired successfully. Let's try and slice it now. See if that solved the issue. There we go. Beautiful. Yeah. Excellent. And 8 hours, 38 minutes. You know, we can do that because when the other file is done in 5 hours, I can switch over the spool. So let's get that exported. There we go. This is part 84. Let me make sure I move that to the done folder so we don't accidentally print any parts twice. Come on now, this is taking forever. Part 84. There we go. Printed. Excellent. Let's go plug it in and start it up. Beautiful. That might be it for the next couple weeks. As far as printing the T-Rex skull goes, because I'm going to run out of this color filament, and I'd prefer to print everything the same color if I can. We'll see. We'll see. But anyway, yeah. But yeah, let me actually check on that real quick. Silk brown. I could get the silk brown one, but that'll also arrive Friday, January 3rd. I think that's when some of my other ones are supposed to arrive anyway. So I'm not sure if that's going to be any good. Other ones arriving January 8th, January 7th. Yeah, we might just have to wait a few weeks for that, and that would be okay. Oh, hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing? Welcome back. How are you? Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And Fremont Museum is a vet, and it is. Nobody said anything to the contrary. Yeah. You enjoying the Christmas tree? It's not going to be around much longer. So I'm glad you can get some enjoyment out of it. I'm not going to be able to print it again till next year. No, just for the next few weeks I won't be able to continue printing because we're going to be out of filament. It's currently out of stock everywhere online. On that same token of people making, redoing different scenes from Jurassic Park, or in this case, Jurassic World. And doing them by themselves. I'd like to show you this video from a channel called Digital Duck on YouTube. This is incredible work. Take a look at it. That is the revamped one. This is Baryonyx right here. 1,000,000 times better than the original. Not only is it scientifically accurate, and it actually looks like the dinosaur Baryonyx, but also just like on an objective level, it's better special effect. It it looks more realistic. It looks like it's actually there. It's better rendered. It's more convincing. So here's a breakdown of the VFX here. That's the original. Ugh. Just dog water. Here is the revamped one. This is the one that Digital Duck made. Exquisite. It is so much better. Look at the compositing that they're doing here. Just somebody hire this person. This means a lot to me because this is one of the dinosaurs that I work on. So again, the Jurassic World one, dog water, garbage. The actual dinosaur baryonyx, so much better. It looks so much cooler, it's so much more authentic, and it looks more realistic. It looks less cartoony, it looks like it's really there. You know? Phenomenal. Yeah. Here is a link to that right here. Just excellent. Really, really good. It goes to show what one talented, determined person can do, as opposed to like a movie studio in a tens of millions of dollar budget film. You know, VFX artists in films nowadays are notoriously overworked and underpaid, and they often have bad direction, unrealistic expectations placed upon them. This is what a talented person can do if given free rein, you know? It's pretty inspiring. When they care, says Claire, yes, that's a big part of it too. The one on the left is just a frog, says Deathsaurus. I mean, it honestly looks a lot like that. Yeah. 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 This actually is recognizable as baryonyx, as a Spinosaurid. Not just some generic monster, but it's got those long, thin, crocodile-like jaws. Almost gharial-like jaws. Yeah. Yeah. And Jesse Vanitas says, what I like from these scientifically accurate remakes is that it makes them look more alien. You can see the birdness, and yet it looks like something no one has ever seen. Not just a big lizard or croc. Yes. And I think that's maybe one of the biggest missteps in the Jurassic World franchise, is that they forget that dinosaurs are cool and interesting and novel, you know? It's so disappointing, you know? Yeah. Yeah. And Mayor Space says, wasn't it just one guy who did the Godzilla -1 VFX? I'm not sure, Mayor Space, I don't know. Yeah. But it also reminds me, speaking of, like, very talented, passionate, small teams, I'll show you a movie trailer for a movie that I saw with iOS recently. One of the funniest movies I've seen in a long time, produced independently. No major studio, nothing. I'll share it with you. If anybody's looking for a movie to watch this evening, I would highly recommend this. I've never seen another film like it. It is bonkers, bizarre, but hilarious. Here. And yeah, Gojira. Gojira knows what I'm talking about. It's nuts. Hundreds of beavers, yes. I know it looks really weird, and it is really weird, but man, is it hilarious. The first few minutes would be like, what in the world am I watching? And then you start to go, oh, okay. But yeah, I wonder what it was like filming this. It was a really small crew, apparently. I was reading about the production of that film. But I think it goes to show that when you've got a very small team of very passionate people who've got a strong vision, they can achieve incredible things. It was one guy who did all the visual effects for that as well. But I'd highly recommend that movie. Hundreds of Beavers. One of the funniest movies I've seen in a long time. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, and Miss Yvette, you got the card. Excellent. I think we had a thing on the iOS Discord that if anybody wanted a Christmas card from me and iOS and Lordy, then they could request one, and Ms. Yvette saw that. So go join the iOS Discord if you're not already on it. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah. Yeah. An excellent, Claire. I'm glad you got it too. Good. Yeah. Anywho, yeah, good stuff. Well, thank you for all of the likes here and reposts, everybody. DM Wing, Islam, Ms. Yvette, Claire Burr. Thank you for that. Yeah. Oh, and thank you, Claire. I appreciate that. Yeah, and there's a link to the Children's Natural History Museum where this, a bunch of my different 3D prints are going to end up. I'm excited about that. But yeah. Good stuff. Oh, let me double check, make sure to talk to my colleagues at the museum there. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So, the boss at the museum is asking if I can bring some 3D prints on Saturday. I will buy with an invoice. We have our first class on January 9th. Yeah. Which ones are you particularly interested in? Biggest ones, Allosaurus and Edmontosaurus, might take a while. Anywho, and won't be open to the public though, right? Not quite yet. I'm working on some actual exhibit concepts. So you know, something like Museum of the Rockies, Pachycephalosaurus. You know, something like this, but hopefully a little bit more flashy. This is at Museum of the Rockies, where you've got Pachycephalosaurus, Stygimoloch, and Dracorex all together like this. Stuff like this, where you've got different dinosaur skulls like this, mounted on display with little informational placards and descriptions right here. That's what I intend to do. A big part of what I need to figure out, though, is just how to support them. What kind of a base do I use? I was looking at a few different pieces of IKEA furniture that I could put on wheels. Then we could have put a plexiglass or lucite.
Dinosaurs is all about until these boys come.
Randy Io, thank you for the 52 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you. That's a long time, Randy Io. Appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm still figuring out some of the details about what infrastructure I need in order to actually put these things on display, because a lot of the other fossils and other specimens are either in like old glass jewelry cases from like jewelry stores that were repurposed. They might be on folding tables, that kind of thing. So what kind of infrastructure do I get? How do I build that? That's kind of what I'm figuring out over the next few weeks. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. I actually need to talk to my dad about that. He's usually pretty good at this kind of thing. But, yeah, anyhow. Can't all show up on Saturday. No, sorry, Claire Burr. No. It's not going to be open to the public, and I'm not sure the museum is going to be open on Saturday anyway. But yeah. And Amish says, I'm going to get my first tattoo in February. It's going to be the Sternberg Museum logo. Well, Amish Andy. Have you done some work with the Sternberg Museum? Because between you and me, I might be doing some work with the Sternberg Museum soon. I can't tell you any details yet, but I'm in talks about that right now. Yeah. No promises yet, but I might be running one of the camps for the Sternberg Museum Summer Camp program. The director is a regular where I work, and we geek out every once in a while. Oh, very cool, Amish. That's awesome, though. Yeah. Who's the director now? It's not David, is it? If you see David Levering, tell him Danny Anduza says hi from Paleontologizing. That's who I'm talking to. But yeah. Anyway, the Sternberg Museum is super, super cool. If I can find a quick little video. They do a lot of multimedia stuff. 2 years ago. Kansas tourism.
Welcome back here on Good Day Kansas. We are in Hays today, and I am so excited to share with our audience a new series we are having here on our show every third Wednesday, so keep your eye on it, is for the To the Stars travel series. We're going to have Kansas Tourism on here. Colby Sharples-Terry, she is the PR and Communications Manager for Kansas Tourism, and we are so excited to have them on once a month and learn about all the great places that people can, a group, a family, an individual can see here in Kansas. We know there's so many of those.
So many exciting things in Kansas.
Colby, thank you very much for joining us.
Yes, thank you. I'm excited to show you guys kind of some
there are honestly very cool
even
things
some attractions that people love and haven't been to in several years. Inspire you to travel your home state.
Just tell us a little bit about Kansas Tourism and what you guys do.
Yeah, so our mission is to inspire travel to and throughout Kansas.
Let's scoot forward a little bit and let's get to the museum.
So a lot of people don't know this or don't remember this. Kansas is once an inland sea. And so us right now, we're standing in what Kansas would have looked like millions of years ago. And so Sternberg's neat, it's part of Fort Hays State program. They have over 3 million collections, fossils. It's a neat museum. There's lots of different exhibits. They have 5 permanent exhibits, and then they constantly have temporary exhibits or traveling exhibits. It's just a neat experience.
They're one of these great museums that does a lot with
Kansas, for sure.
Yeah, and here
sometimes scanty resources.
So much to
it's
see,
really
so
impressive.
much to do that maybe people don't know about. So what are some of those other things that a family can maybe do for a weekend getaway here?
Yeah, so Hays makes a great destination. There's great attractions here. There's Fort Hays State Historic Site. There's some theater action, great foodie. Last night I ate at Osaki Japanese restaurant. It was phenomenal. Gella's Brewery, or Gella's Diner Brewery is another favorite.
Anywho, the Sternberg Museum does these summer science camps that are really, really cool. Here's like a commercial for one of these from 2015.
The Sternberg Museum is offering science camps. Whether you're interested in paleontology, biology, or geology, fossils, living animals, or rocks, Sternberg has just the camp for you. Get outside and learn the science behind the Kansas natural history under the dome. Check out their camps catalog by going to camps page of their website, sternberg.fhsu.edu, picking one up at the front desk of Sternberg Museum, or calling to request a copy. Don't miss this opportunity. Register now.
Good stuff. Yeah. Oh, and here's David Levering right here. Shoot.
Angels Care Home Health, serving Hays and the surrounding.
All right, those ads.
To Community Connection from Eagle Community Television. Thanks for watching.
And check the 3D printer.
Producer and editor of our series, Jeff Durall, along with Eagle Community Television's Brandon Cooley for Camera 2 work today, and also for helping us set up at Sternberg Museum of Natural History with Education Director David Levering. Summer Camps 2017 started 3 years ago. David, what's the purpose of the summer camps?
So the summer camps we started here are mostly to get students interacting with natural history sciences, biology, paleontology, geology, in a bit more of an in-depth way here at the museum during the summer. For our middle and high school camps, we also take kids out on camping trips, and so getting them outside interacting with nature and with those natural history fields is a really big deal to us.
And again, you've kind of touched on this. Who can attend the camps, David?
So we have an elementary camps program that's for 1st through 5th grade. We have a middle school camp program, which is 6th through 8th grade, and then our high school camps are 9th through 12th grade.
And give us kind of approximate dates on those, would you?
Our middle school camps start at the beginning of June, and those are the first 2 weeks of June. Our elementary camps start on June 16th and run through the end of June. And our high school camps actually start on June 18th, and that's our trip to Ecuador. And then after that, we start our Southwest Biology Camp on July 8th, and that's followed.
So anyway, these are really, really cool camps. David Levering is a really cool guy. I got to talk to him at SVP. No promises yet, but I might be involved with something like this. I can share more details as they become more concrete and as I get permission to share them. But I'm pretty excited about this. It's going to be a neat opportunity, and stay tuned for more details about that. Man, 2025 is going to be a busy year. It really is. I can't wait. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the schedule real quick here. Here we are on the 26th. I will not be streaming tomorrow. I'm going to be getting ready for this meeting at the museum on Saturday. So we're taking Friday off like we usually do nowadays. I'll be working on some 3D prints and stuff. Monday, here. Get this ready for editing. Yeah. Top 25. Top 24 rather. New dinosaurs of 2024. We'll do that. ranking, the coolest and most scientifically interesting new non-avian dinosaur taxa published this year. That's going to be a ton of fun. So I hope you'll show up for that. And then on the 31st, New Year's Eve, we're going to be having a special New Year's Eve stream. Talking about the famous Crystal Palace dinosaurs. Ringing in the new year like they did on New Year's Eve, 1854. Not 200 years ago. 170 years ago? There we go.
Dinosaur to show off these creatures.
Owen hired the leading sculptor of the day, Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins, to bring dinosaurs to life.
Yep. This is the public's first glimpse at dinosaurs, really.
From the fragmentary evidence, Hawkins built
a lot of them are kind of
that
off,
thrilled
but
Victorian England.
And it'll be on my channel, Clipper. I don't think Lordy's actually going to be involved.
They were
I think
destined for Crystal Palace in London. It was the first dinosaur theme park ever built, and it still attracts the public today.
Yep.
Ever the publicist, Owen celebrated the achievement by hosting the most bizarre dinner party ever held.
On New Year's Eve, no less.
On New Year's Eve, 1854, he invited the leading scientists of the day to wine and dine in the belly of Hawkins' still unfinished model of Iguanodon.
Yes, indeed. A legendary episode in the early history of dinosaur paleontology.
Through an alcoholic haze, the world's most eminent scholars could now picture prehistory in all its terrifying glory.
I've always associated New Year's with this particular event, and now I get to share that with all of you. I can't wait. It's going to be awesome. Neverwinter says, I think the dinosaurs have since been moved from their original location, so they've not been. No, they're still there. Sydenham Park in South London. Used to be south of London, now it's South London, apparently. Yeah. There we go. Crystal Palace Park right there. And now the dinosaurs and other critters are around a lake. Lower lake. There they are right there. Yeah, still in their original location. There's the bridge, which was put in not too long ago. There's an ichthyosaur, another ichthyosaur, temnospondyls. Teleosaurus is over here somewhere. And we've got Megalosaurus, Hyleosaurus, Iguanodon, and Iguanodon. Temnospondyl Tuesday, there you go. Yeah, Viscous, yeah. It is a really cool place, Lauren. Again, we'll be talking about this on New Year's Eve, but here, just a snippet.
And I'm in Crystal Palace Park in South London, and there are dinosaurs. models of dinosaurs anyway, and inaccurate models at that. But that's because they're more than 150 years old. These were the first ever life-size models of extinct creatures built for the gardens of the enormous Crystal Palace that used to stand on top of a hill over there. They were made by the wonderfully named Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins. We now know that they are utterly wrong in many significant ways, but at the time they were a marvel. Look at what once walked the earth.
Or swam the earth.
In England there is a list of buildings that have special protection under the law. Buildings on that list are called listed buildings because they're on the list of buildings.
Yeah, and these are considered buildings on that list. It's kind of funny how that works. We'll watch this on New Year's Eve, of course. But, Neverwinter says, I know Darren Naish is involved in a campaign to save the sculptures. Yeah, he is part of the Friends of the Crystal Palace Dinosaurs. Here's Michael Benton, whom I met at SVP, talking about it. They were built. That's true, Moonrise Rabbit, yes. Not only built, but they're built from building materials. There's like, I think, an iron structure underneath, an iron skeleton, as it were, and then bricks and mortar, and then thousands of tiles around the outside. So they're made of some of the same materials that you might build a building from.
So we're at Crystal Palace here looking at some of the dinosaur models. These are fantastically important on an international scale because this was the first time anybody had tried to visualize what dinosaurs looked like. They may look sort of quaint to us because they're a mid-Victorian image of what people thought at the time, but they were carefully based on the available evidence.
And we'll be talking all about that available evidence and everything on New Year's Eve. We're going to have a special stream all about this, so I'm excited, and I hope you are too. I might even go extra late that night. I won't go until midnight California time, I don't think, but I might go until midnight East Coast, which is 3 hours ahead of my time. It'll be 9 p.m. my time, which is still awful late for me. So we'll see. We'll see. But yeah. And yeah, they do kind of look like an egg tooth, don't they, from Spinosaurus? Yeah. Midnight Hawaiian time. Yeah, there you go, Clever. That'd be what, 6 p.m. here? And Alice, we're going to be talking about that too. It was the lower jaw of the Megalosaurus that fell off. Yeah. Here.
Now, Crystal Palace Park in southeast London is famous for its dinosaurs, these huge statues lurking around the lake. They were created by a Victorian sculptor, so they're not entirely accurate, but they are.
And the Brentia says 9 p.m. late, laughs in 2 a.m. I wake up at like 5 a.m. The Brentia, yeah, I don't know. All other things being equal, if I'm left to my own devices, I'm usually a morning person, you know? I'm up before the sun. You know, I'll go run to the gym. I'll get some reading in the morning before the sun comes up. All that stuff, you know?
Are much loved.
But
however,
anyway, welcome. It's good to have you here.
A mishap during lockdown. Jim Weeble reports on a rather unusual facelift.
Yeah.
When finished in 1854, these concrete giants were cutting edge, the like never seen before. So when a 100-kilogram chunk fell off the Megalosaurus in Crystal Palace Park last May, hearts sank as a disfigured face looked on. Fitting that modern technology came to the rescue. White line scanning created a millimetre perfect image.
Yep.
Giving birth to the past, a 3D printer creates a new jaw overnight.
Yeah.
Fresh out of the oven, next to the paint job.
So at the moment we're painting it to match the weathered historic one. You can see here with the historic, it's made of early Portland cement and tile backings to reinforce it, as opposed to the new prosthesis, which is hollow and plastic.
Now you can see the Megalosaurus behind me looking in a pretty sorry state without its jaw. It's the moment of truth now. Is it all going to fit? How do you feel, Tim? Do you feel confident?
Oh, really confident.
There we go.
I'm not an expert in these things, but I'd say that is a fairly cracking first fix.
Look at that. Yeah. So anyway, it takes a lot to maintain these sculptures, and I don't think this is like a federally funded thing. I think it's privately funded. I don't think the British government actually pays to maintain these. I think people like you and me contribute funds to be able to preserve these. They are such an important part of British paleontology that they should 1,000,000% be protected and funded by the British government, but apparently they're not. Anyway, criminal to let it fall apart, says Damwing. I agree, but like, where do you find the money for this? We'll be talking more about that on New Year's Eve, of course. But the Friends of the Crystal Palace Dinosaurs website is right here. And you can support them through donations, by check. If you're local, you can donate your time, you can volunteer, and you can buy their merchandise too, which also helps support them. So yeah, good stuff. Friends of the Crystal Palace Dinosaurs. There's the link. Yeah. And very funny, Lauren, 1350. Oh boy. Anyway. Yeah, it does look kind of like the juncture between a denary and a pre-denary on ornithischians. You're right there, Crimson Carnotaurus, yeah. Well, there are two ornithischian dinosaurs in there, Hylaeosaurus and Iguanodon. But, yeah, anywho. Back to our schedule. Top 24 new dinosaurs of 2024. Right here, next Monday. The 31st, Dinner and the Iguanodon. A Paleontologizing New Year's special. And then look at this. We've got January 2025 already starting to be scheduled out here. We've got various Thursday Birds Days. Roy Chapman Andrews' birthday, observed, because it's actually on the 26th. National Draw a Dinosaur Day is on the 30th. I didn't know about this last year, so we'll be talking about then. Old Rock Day is an actual, like, observed day. It's on the 7th. Alfred Russel Wallace's birthday on the 8th. Wikipedia Day on the 15th. We'll be celebrating excellent free sources of information, like Wikipedia, on Wikipedia Day. Penguin Awareness Day on the 20th. And there's other things I gotta fill in here too. We're gonna have a lot of fun special streams in January. So I can't wait. We'll also be doing here. What font color is that? Right there. 5/3 up. 3 up. Paleontologizing New Year's resolutions. We'll be talking about those and some other stuff too. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Have to give Draw a Dinosaur Day a bash? Yeah, Lenina. I think it'll be a lot of fun. Well, I'll come up with something special and interesting to do on that day, besides just drawing a dinosaur. But I might have some dinosaur drawings to work on for museum displays, too. I'm going to be doing some 3D art and some 2D art. Both digital sculpting for 3D printing and digital two-dimensional art for 2D printing for various museum exhibits and stuff. So there's gonna be a lot more art, I think, in 2025 than there was in 2024. We're doing a lot more paleo illustration on stream. I'm looking forward to it. So yeah, good old paleo art. Yes indeed, Dr. Tara. can't just draw a dinosaur, says DM Wang. Oh yeah, you can. One does not simply draw a dinosaur. No, actually, that's exactly what you do. Yeah. Yeah. Short film Antediluvian. Which one, Dr. Terra? There's like 5 that are called Antediluvian. I think there's like 2 or 3 Marianning ones. Yeah. Now draw a circle, draw another circle, then draw the rest of the dinosaur. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. 3 months ago. No, I haven't seen that one, I don't think. Yeah. That might be a nice New Year's Day thing, actually. Will you post a link? Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Terra. Anyway, we are going to do Thursday Birds Day here in just a few minutes. So if you've not yet gotten your bird photo into the Discord, then now is the time. Thanks, Dr. Terra. Animated short film. No, I did not see this one. Oh, this will be excellent for New Year's Eve, actually. Oh, good stuff. I love the kind of Victorian aesthetics here. That's nice. All right. Here, let me snag that. Save it in my notes here. Let's see. Excellent. Well, I think I got many early. Excellent, Mayor Space, because it is indeed Thursday Birds Day. Without further ado, let's get into it. It's Thursday, it's Birds Day. We're starting it now.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday Birds Day.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday Birds Day is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday Birds Day?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birds Day is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birds Day!
Happy Thursday Birds Day, everyone. I hope plenty of you found some fun festive birds this week and photographed them. We're going to take a look at them. And there you go, Lauren, yeah. You know, for some of us, that's the closest thing we have to the natural world, is an in-ground swimming pool. Or maybe an above-ground swimming pool. If you don't have as much money as the Soprano family, you know? And that's fine. The thing is, birds are all over the place. They're a nice kind of entry point to the natural world. That's one of the things that makes birds so cool. You take a bathtub, says Salamander. There you go, yeah. Do you have lots of birds in your bathtub? Rubber ducks don't count. Mayor of Space has got another bird from the Detroit Zoo Aviary here for us. You did do one, Mayor of Space, and you did get it in early. Who is this? Some sort of grosbeak or a finch, maybe? I don't know who that is, but they got a lot of personality. Hello. Hello. Oh, woo. There you go, Claire, yeah. That yellow rump. Good stuff, Mayor Space. Thanks for posting. And Alexander Morrison says, boat-tailed grackles, males and females. Well, does anybody have an idea what this is, first of all? I do want to... I don't think we've got a ton of birds today, so we can spend a little bit more time on them. Anybody think they know what this is? Yeah. I'm going to say looks like a grosbeak. At least the bill is... It's pretty tall. It's got like strong dorsoventral expansion, you could say. It's a little clumsy to put it that way, but yeah. So grosbeaks often have got big, beefy bills like that. I wonder if it's related to one of these guys. They are related to finches, apparently, like house finches. Okay. I'm guessing it's some kind of finch. Finches and Hawaiian honey creepers. It's got to be some kind of finch. The beak is too long and thin, says Neverwinter. Okay, I'm going to search white finch with yellow rump, and we'll see if that comes up with anything. It's not one of these guys. White finch with dark gray wings. Back and yellow rump. It's not one of these guys either. It looks somehow much more tropical than that. Huh. Grosbeaks are short and heavy. Huh. I don't know who this is. Oh, does it have the crossed bill tips? It does kind of have that. Right there. It looks more hooked, says Neverwinter. Okay. It does look asymmetrical, though. That could be just a thing developed in captivity. I don't know. are more likely to survive in captivity if they have a deformity like that? I don't know. Yeah. Anywho. Oh, you've seen that before, that very bird. Very cool, Dr. Ebbs. You're a member of the Detroit Zoo. Well, well, well. Give this bird our greetings the next time you go. Tell him or her, probably him, pretty brightly colored, that that we're a big fan. Anyway, reaction question mark. I don't know who that is. Oh, and we do have some ads coming up in 30 seconds here. If anybody wants to avoid the ads, you can do it for free with a Twitch Prime sub, if you happen to have Amazon Prime. Or you can support the channel for $6 a month. Helps put food on my table and helps keep me off the streets. So we all win. White-headed buffalo weaver. Interesting, Sibley. White-headed buffalo weaver. I think that's it.
Here's some objects. Gorgeous gargantuans and authentic.
Bearded Fortress.
Although they died out so long ago, their fossil bones remain, so we know just what they were like and can even sculpt them into still, or rather extinct, life.
I'm going to be doing some of this soon, too. Thank you, Bearded Fortress. And, Brentia, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Holy cow. That is exquisite. Really appreciate that, Brentia. And
just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Change things for the better, and I appreciate it. Valorant, thank you for the 1 gift sub prompted by the Brentia.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Insifan.
Thank you, Brentia. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Excellent. But yeah, Sibley, I'm impressed. This is it. This gotta be it. Yeah, dark eye, dark beak. The gray comes up to like the base of the neck there. Dark eye, dark beak. Base of the neck. That's it. That's gotta be it. White-headed buffalo weaver. So we need some more emoji here. White-headed buffalo weaver. There we go. Excellent. Thank you, Mayor of Space, for posting. Thank you, Sibley, for tracking that down. Good stuff. Now, finally, Alexander Morrison has got some boat-tailed grackles. These are one of Lenina's favorite birds. Males and females engaged in an archosaurian feeding frenzy. This flock is feasting on another avian archosaur, a piece-o chicken. Music, once again, by Brian Eng. I'm going to be having a meeting with Brian on Saturday, it sounds like. Dropping a YouTube link due to limited data on Discord. Well, well, well. Nice. Look at them. So, is this pack hunting behavior? Or are they just all feeding at the same site? It's easy to see when we're observing it, but in the fossil record it'd be far more difficult to pick apart those ideas. Yeah. Yeah, and look at them displaying at each other. Sizing each other up. Those ladies are pretty bold too, getting in there. Even though they're not the the larger birds, they're like, yeah, I'll sneak some. Give me some of that. Very nice. And the music pairing is excellent, as it always is, Alexander. That one was trying hard to manage the situation, and no one cooperated. You know, getting everyone to agree and play by the rules is, it's tricky. Whether you're a person or whether you're a theropod dinosaur. Because you're hunting or scavenging. There you go, Lauren, yeah. Yeah. Wait, toast hunting? What? Yeah. And Little Navi says, man, I was having bad anxiety today, but hanging out in here is so chill. It's having a calming effect. Glad to hear it, Little Navi. That makes me happy to hear. We try and provide a real kind of welcoming environment, and I'm glad it's working. Glad you're here. Oh, you thought it was a piece of toast, says Lauren. Apparently it was a piece of, Gallus, a chicken. Anyway, good stuff, Alexander Morrison. Thank you, thank you. And Ms. Art Rules has got... What is that? I'll check. Here, I gotta reverse this so that we don't get copyright struck. Nice. I wonder if I could find a cover of that song and use it for a cold open video or something like that. Have it be about the dinosaurian origin of birds. But very nice. Ms. Art Rules, Ms. Yvette at San Diego Bird Alliance. Excellent. And oh, there's you right there with your hat. Yeah, with some birders there. Very, very cool. Nice work. Nice work. Your paintings. I could see that, Ms. Yvette. Well done. Very, very nice. The work I did during the King Tide event. Awesome. Very, very cool. Nice. And Miss Capri Kell says, I learned about this beauty today. Clubbed winged mannequin, a part of the family of elaborate dancers of the rainforest. I might have to reverse this one and eliminate the audio from the VOD. Let's take a look. Because it is National Geographic, they can be a little litigious about this stuff. Whoa. Here, let's go back. This is, given that the footage is from the Cornell Lab of Ornithology, I don't think that National Geographic would copyright challenge me on this.
A new study from Cornell University claims to have identified the first bird species that
InGen728, thank you. The 28 months of support, I really appreciate that, InGen. Thank you. It's wonderful to have you here, and I hope you have had an excellent Thursday Birds Day so far. I hope you've had an excellent holiday week. It's good to see you. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Appreciate you.
A new study from Cornell University claims to have identified the first bird species that creates singing sounds with the feathers of their wings.
Wild. So apparently that's not a sound vocalization from that bird. That's like a mechanical wing noise?
In an Andean cloud forest, this male club-winged mannequin is courting females. Kimberly Bostwick at Cornell set out to prove that the bird was using its wing feathers to create its violin-like sound. Bostwick reports the manakin vibrates its wings at more than 100 cycles per second, twice the speed of hummingbirds.
Whoa, that's nuts. Like that? Crazy.
Cycles per second, twice the speed of hummingbirds. Using lasers to monitor feather vibrations, Bostwick's team reports in Proceedings of the Royal Society that the manakin's club-shaped feathers vibrate at 1,500 hertz.
Oh, hang on a second. Brensha, thank you for the 10 gift subs there. Holy cow. Thank you for that. That is spectacular, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support.
Washing away the ads for 5 lucky mammals.
Phenomenal. And, oh, Brensha, there you go. That was you. Those 10 gift subs there. Thursday Birds Day. Look at this lovely Tinamou bird. Very excited about your generosity there. As are the 10 chatters who just got gift subs. Really appreciate that. In fact... Get out of there. It's gonna blow! Shoot.
The Brenche is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Brensha. I appreciate your generosity. And don't worry about that bird, he'll be fine. Good stuff. And was that a rat taking a shower? Not a rat, a different kind of rodent called a pacarana, Diamway. Here, I know we're talking about birds, but, pacarana washing. Yeah. But they're well known for their kind of like washing behavior that they do. They're apparently very clean animals. Yeah. There's a lot of videos online of them taking a shower. Yeah, thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Yes, indeed, Pacarana. Dinomys brannici, a rare and slow-moving hystricognath rodent indigenous to South America. Yeah. So it is similar to the paca, but it's not related. Yeah. It almost looks like a wombat, but it's not a marsupial. It is a rodent. And I think they might be the closest living relatives to some of the giant Pleistocene rodents, things like Amblerisa, right? Yeah. Amblerisa. The blunt-toothed giant hutia. That's a giant hutia. Large rodents. Are they related to dinomyids? I think they are. Anyway, there are these giant... giant, almost capybara-like rodents that lived on Caribbean islands until pretty recently, like just a few thousand years ago, I think. They could grow to be like the size of a small horse. They were big. They were big critters. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And are they related to raccoons? Asked me about. No, raccoons are related to weasels and cats and dogs and bears. They're carnivorous mammals. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to where we were. This crazy bird producing these sounds with its feathers?
Using lasers to monitor feather vibrations, Bostwick's team reports in Proceedings of the Royal Society that the manakin's club-shaped feathers vibrate at 1,500 hertz. This is the same frequency of the sound made by the manakin.
Wild. Uncool thing. Good to see a thing, by the way.
Bostwick theorizes that there are other birds that use their wings in this manner. She says more studies should be done. In her report, Bostwick also points out that the new evidence places the club-winged manakin with arthropods, who also use their wings to produce singing sounds, such as the
Interesting.
castanet moth and many crickets.
Yep. Wild. Very cool stuff. What a bizarre animal, and what a cool way to produce sounds, you know? Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Miss Capri Kel, that is wild. Very interesting. Yeah. Neat stuff. Oh, and Thing says, I visited Luigi's grave to wish him a Merry Christmas. When I turned and went back in, I found a single green feather waiting for me. Miss you, little buddy. Oh. Most years he would spend the whole day on my shoulder to keep him from getting worked up because nobody was following the right schedule. Oh, there he is on top of the tree. That is beautiful. Oh, that's is that an ornament of him? Oh. Oh, Thing, that's very sweet. Oh, Luigi. Oh. Thanks for posting that. Yeah. An ornament you made? It's really good. It looks a lot like him. I mean, I thought that was him. Yeah. Very nice. Thanks for posting. Yeah. And a big paleo salute for Luigi. Thank you, Thing, for posting. Yeah, we miss him. Yeah. And Valiant Cheese finally managed to record a gray butcherbird call. Every time I've gotten the camera out over the past few years, they've stopped. It's an adult on the right making the typical exuberant butcherbird call, while on the left, a baby does little begging calls. Interesting. Oh, very cool. Let's see that again. So this is down in Straya, I presume. But yeah, Australian birds are so cool. You've got so many cool birds down there. If you're from Australia, I hope you recognize how lucky you are that you've got so many neat birds where you live. Very cool stuff. Thanks for posting, Valiant Cheese. Rushwing says, listening to the juveniles learn how to sing is the cutest. They mimic other sounds. Yep. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. And Germ's Germ says, Cooper's Hawk on a quiet suburban street. Let's see. He's got something there. Could be. Could be a coop. I'm not good at identifying birds of prey, but those streaks on the ventral side. Cooper's Hawk standing on the ground. Okay, So that's a coop there. And there. Dark bill, red eyes. With horizontal brown. I would say this looks different. It looks different to me. I'm not sure who this is. A juvenile coop. Okay, Sibley. Okay. Juvenile Cooper's Hawk on ground. Oh, yeah. Okay, I could see that. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, I could totally see that. See, birds of prey like that are tricky. The juveniles often look so different from the adults. Very nice, Germs. Thanks for posting. Yeah, and that intense walk. I know, right? Oh, they got so much personality, those birds. Good stuff. And Canyonero Boy's got another Cooper's hawk and an unidentified bird. Or what's left of him. Shoot. Yeah. Some sort of passerine bird by the looks of the pedal digits. Yeah. Yowza. Birds of prey. Nothing left but the toothpick, yeah. Oh boy. You know, sometimes dinosaurs eat other dinosaurs. It's a fact of life. Thanks for posting. Yeah. Yeah. I love the tail feathers. They are really pretty in that picture. They really are. I mean, look at those. Yeah. You can kind of see why people throughout the years, different cultures around the world have kind of coveted bird feathers and wanted to make hats out of them or headdresses or whatever kind of ornamental, ceremonial, show-offy clothing or accessories they could. It's something so beautiful and so delicate and intricate and striking about bird feathers. We as human beings can't help but envy them, you know? Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, and passerine birds. Oh, I can show you, little Navi. I can show you. I'm so glad you asked. So passerine birds are a clade of birds. So like an evolutionary group where they're all related to each other. So passerine birds, Passeriformes, are sometimes called perching birds. There we go. This is, I think, the largest group of birds. Yep. We've got something like 9,000 or 10,000 species of living bird. About half of those are the passerine birds. Passerine birds. Birds that have got those kind of perching feet. So all of your sparrows, your robins, your grackles, your buntings, your warblers, your chickadees, they are passerine birds. You scoot out a little bit, and you've got critters like parrots, falcons, Seriiformes, and ducks, and other critters like that. But most birds that you think of are gonna be passerine birds. If it's a little bird that perches in a tree, chances are it's a passerine bird. It's like half of birds right there, you know? Yeah. Passerine passing for sure. It's just a little, oh, yeah. 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 But yeah. I don't know, the Nutcracker is part of that group. Yeah, Miss Caprikel, I think so. Most birds you can think of are going to be passerine birds. Most birds in your backyard are going to be passerine birds. Unless you've got penguins or ostriches or maybe ducks. Or falcons. They're not passerine birds. Yeah. And there's actually over 11,000 species now, according to the AOS. The Audubon Ornithological Society? Do I have that right? But, well, I mean, to be fair, 11,000 is still,
9,000!
Yeah. It's just 2,000 over. There you go, Claiborne. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anyhow, and Little Navi says, okay, I was confused about perching birds, because I was like, don't all birds perch? No. Penguins don't? Ostriches don't? Tinamous don't? Ducks don't? Yeah. These birds, tinamous, one of my favorite birds. There's a bunch of these guys. Yeah. They're neat. When they go to perch on a branch, they do perch, but they don't really perch. Here, I think this video talks about that. Let's see.
Well, that ends today. At least. Lucky enough to know about these fantastic birds. But I personally haven't seen them shown off in a single nature documentary. Well, that ends today. At least if you count these videos as nature documentaries. There are about 50 living classified species of tinamous.
Yeah, and they don't perch. They just kind of like sit their butts on the tree when they're sitting down. It's pretty funny. Let's see if I can find an example of that. Isn't it here? Where is our video transcript? There we go.
Their feet and
There we go.
roost in trees. When they roost in trees, they don't do so like a songbird.
Not like a passerine bird. They can't actually grip with their digits like that.
Tinamous have 3 forward-facing toes on their feet and may or may not have a single backward-facing toe, depending on the species. Songbirds and other members of their clade grip with their toes while they roost. But tinamous squat with their legs resting against the tree branch.
That's nuts. So they're just kind of like resting on their ankles there. With their feet sticking up. It's so funny how they do that. Yeah.
For more facts on tinamous, check out the links below. Give a thumbs up if you learned something.
Anyway, good stuff. Here's an excellent video if you want to learn more about tinamous. This is the place to do it. So anyway, yeah. Passerine birds. Good question, Little Navi. Thanks for asking that. Dr. Terra says, it's that time of year when the gulls arrive and bring some competition to the mall grackles. Well, well, well. There's the gulls, and the grackles are not happy about it. But these are the big boys in town now. Gotta love gulls. Look how the grackles are approaching. They're like, there's only one now. It's our chance. See, what a cool time to be alive. There's literally dinosaurs in the parking lot doing their dinosaur thing. You know? You can pave over paradise and put up a parking lot, but you can't necessarily keep the dinosaurs away. They'll just come back. How cool is that? You know? Good stuff, Dr. Terra. Good stuff. Oh, Neverwinter, thanks for helping ID these. Brensha, thank you for the 10 gift subs, prompting Valorant to give out another 4. Thank you, Brensha.
Valorant gifted Valorant a subscription.
And there's our tinamous bird again. See? A non-perching bird. But this is related to ratites, ostriches, emus, rheas, cassowaries. They're so cool. Thank you, Brensha, for those 10 gift subs. Look how excited this tinamous is about your generosity there. It's just Get out
of there, it's gonna blow!
The Brenche is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you for that, Brensha. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for your generosity. We're like almost halfway to our sub goal. Holy cow. I really appreciate that. Remember, bird is the word. It is, especially on Thursday, Brensha. Happy Thursday birthday to you. Thank you for your generosity. Good stuff. Good stuff. Hogan says, I love that exploding bird so much. I'm glad. That's not too repetitive. Anyway, thank you, Bretcha, for your generosity. I'm delighted and impressed. Thank you. Neverwinter's got a Scots Oriole. Icterus perisorum, a rare visitor to Pennsylvania. This one showed up on an Amish farm in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania in April of 2021. Its normal range is the southwest U.S. and Mexico. So this would be what we call a vagrant bird. That's not meant to be disparaging. That's the actual term that birders use. Ornithologists use it too, to describe a bird that's like well outside of its natural range. Like it's very lost. You could say it took a wrong turn in Albuquerque. In this case, maybe. Native range is the southwest in Mexico. Yeah. How did it end up in Amish country? Just fed up with all the smartphones nowadays, you know. It's the only place you could go to escape. Until it was photographed by Neverwinter. Icterus perisorum. That's an interesting name, perisorum. Anytime that you've got orum as the suffix in a binomial like that, in a species name, that means it's named after the preceding thing, but the preceding thing is like a group of people. So it's probably named after like a family of people whose last name is Paris. If it were one person, it would be Parisi. But perisorum implies that it's a whole family, kind of like Maiasaura peebles-orum is named after the Peebles family, on whose land some of these important fossils were excavated. Icterus perisorum. Let's look that up. Scots Oriole. The species was first scientifically described by French ornithologist Charles Lucien Bonaparte in 1838. Bonaparte named the bird Perisorum after the Paris brothers, powerful French financiers of the early 1700s. See, if it's named after more than one person, it becomes Orum instead of I. That makes sense? Yeah. That's cool. Neverwinter says they often get blown off course by storms. Interesting. Pretty neat. Yeah, and there's their natural range, well outside of Pennsylvania. Oh boy. And that's really interesting that they've got one little yellow pocket there to the northeast. Disco Fountain, thank you for the 4 months. I appreciate you. Disco Fountain, thank you, thank you. So not from Baltimore, no. Different kind of Oriole. Yeah. That's really interesting. I wonder if... because that's not too far from where I do field work in southwest Wyoming. And frankly, it's not that far from where I do... well, okay, it's further from where I do field work in Utah. That little splotch, anyway. Yeah. But right here, this is not too far from, like, Green River, Wyoming, where I do fieldwork in the summers. Interesting. Anywho, thank you, Neverwinter, for, yeah, for posting this. This is good stuff. It's very good stuff. Here, I feel like bird needs a map, though. And heard and saw a yellow-crowned kinglet. Ooh, those are tricky to photograph, Salamander. Didn't get a pic? The best I got this week? Very nice. Yeah. Babzillus has fed ducks and pigeons some cracked corn at the park and unexpectedly captured a feisty Peking duck attack a mallard. Audio replacement is from Star Wars, so feel free to play on mute. Okay, here we go. Brilliant. Good stuff. I appreciate that there. Well done, Babzilla. Well done. Yeah, good stuff. It's over. He has the dry ground. That's the Wendy's McGee. Appreciate you there, Babzilla. That made me laugh. Miss Capri Cal has got... What was this? Not sure what this cutie is, but very clean-oriented. Clearing all the dead leaves out of the crevices in the tree. It might be a nuthatch? Yeah, it looks kind of nuthatchy to me. I think nuthatches also have a habit of standing head down on trees. Let's see here. Yeah. Dr. Hub says, yeah, nuthatch. Nuthatch upside down. Yeah. That long, skinny beak. Yeah, these guys are really cool. Yeah, it looks nuthatchy to me. Huh. And that's it, says Miss Caprical. Nice. Yeah. There we go. Here.
Hi, my name is Rich Hanlon. For this segment
Hi,
of
Rich
My
Hanlon.
Wild Neighbors, I welcome you to the Cuyahoga Trail in Athens, Pennsylvania, where I'm spending time with a bird that you may find very entertaining. In a world where you have to be creative and resourceful to survive, the white-breasted nuthatch has found a way to capture bugs that most other birds in the forest miss. Let's take a look. While most birds that perch on the trunks of trees do it right side up, the white-breasted nuthatch is the upside-down bird. Look how this one spirals head first down the trunk of the silver maple tree. Can you imagine going to a restaurant and finding out that your favorite meal is hidden on the underside of the table? You'd have to be upside down to see it. This is the case for nuthatches. It might look silly and entertaining to us, but upside down eating is a creative approach to life that helps to ensure a nuthatch's survival.
Pretty neat. Linnea says, I want to climb trees like that.
Thanks for joining me. See you next time.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah. Excellent, Miss Capri Kel. Excellent. I think that is a nuthatch. So... Hatch. There we go. Excellent. And Dinosaur Dave just posted this. Oh, well. Today at 5:49 p.m. Nice. Kind of cheating, but this is from one of the people who lives near me. Know what it is? It's some kind of psittaciform bird. I can tell you that. So not a passerine bird, but a psittaciform bird, some kind of parrot. Psittaciformes. But who? Parrot with black crown, teal body, yellow wing. Parrot with black crown, teal body, yellow wing. Turquoise parrot, perhaps. No? That's not it. It is this kind of bird, though. Turquoise parrot. Turquoise parrot. What the heck? Is that not what they're called? Shoot. The difference between male and female. Try doing a search by image. Okay. Let's do it. Hooded parrots. Well, well, well. And there we are, folks. Hooded parrot. Yeah, excellent. Let's see. Hooded parrot, who is Physiophotis dissimilis. I can copy and paste it from here. There we are. There we go. And I would agree with you there, Valiant Cheese. It is a good bird. Yeah. Oh, and Navi is typing. Have you got a bird to post too? If so, I'll hold off for a second before we wrap this up. But, yeah. And sometimes I think those sciencey names are just made up to be impossible to say quickly. I mean, it's... We talked about this at the beginning of today's stream. The binomial nomenclature. And so that regardless of the language that you speak, everybody knows what we're talking about, you know? You pick a language like Latin that nobody speaks, we're all not quite on equal footing, but closer to it, you know? It also kind of reminds me of what, what Richard Feynman said about this sort of thing one time. Say what you want about Richard Feynman. But I think... Oh, it's not the right one. It's gotta be this one. Transcript. go.
Wisdom. One Sunday, all the kids were all walking in little parties with their fathers in the woods. Then the next Monday, we were playing in a field, and the kid said to me, "Say, what's that bird? What's the name of it? Do you know the name of that bird?" I says, "I haven't the slightest idea." He said, "Well, it's a brown-throated thrush." He says, "Your father doesn't teach you anything." But my father had already taught me about the names of birds. Once we walked and he says, "That's a brown-throated thrush." He says, "Know what the name of that bird is? A brown-throated thrush." In German, it's called a Flügelflögel. In Chinese, it's called a Tinglong-tong. In Japanese, a Tohlatohara, and so on. And when you know all the names in every language of that bird, you know nothing, but absolutely nothing about the bird. And then we would go on and talk about the pecking and the feathers. So I had learned already that names don't constitute knowledge. It's knowing the name of something. That's caused me a certain trouble since, because I refuse to learn the name of anything. So when someone comes in and says, "You got any explanation for the Fitz-Clonan experiment?" I says, what's that? He says, "You know, that the long-lived K-meson disintegrates into 2 pies. Oh, yes, now I know. But I never know the names of things.
So it is a problem not actually knowing the names of things. But the point there that, like, this isn't really the point that he's making, but there might be different names for, you know, the same critter in different languages, but a binomial name, the traditionally Latin name, that's italicized, that's the scientific name of an organism, that is true no matter what language you speak. Whether it's English, or German, or Chinese, or Japanese, Portuguese, or whatever. Doesn't matter what language you speak, it's the same name in the scientific literature. And you can look at different papers, different scientific papers. I'll try and find you an example of, like, there we go, this should work. Mansurosaurus right here. No, this is a translated one. We want one in the original Chinese. No, okay, this is in Russian. There we go. So I can't read Cyrillics, I don't speak Russian, I don't read Russian. But right there, Trachodon. That's a dinosaur name that I recognize, kind of an antiquated name for a duck-billed dinosaur, but there it is. There's Trachodon again. Hadrosauridae, the duck-billed dinosaur family. Again, no matter what language you speak, these names are going to be the same. Theropoda, theropods. Trionychidae, trionychid turtles, soft-shelled turtles. So even if you have no idea what the rest of the paper is, you will recognize those names because they're the same no matter what the language is. That makes sense? Pretty cool. Anyway, sorry, Dinosaur Dave, you got me off on a tangent there, but, yeah. Yeah. Anywho, oh, and, yeah. No more birds. Just giving Navi a second to post that, but they're not going to, and that's fine. But yeah, happy Thursday Birds Day, everyone. I wish you happy Thursday Birds Day and a birdie new year. Before we wrap up here, again, our schedule. I will not be streaming tomorrow. I'm getting a bunch of stuff ready for the for a museum meeting on Saturday. And I will presumably be bringing this too. Our Tyrannosaurus jaws here. I want to show this off one last time before we wrap up because I think it's... Shoot, I'm impressed by it. Look at that. It's so big I can fit in between the two lower jaws. Look at that. You know? Yeah. This is currently what we're 3D printing. I'm working on a life-size adult Tyrannosaurus Rex skull. Lower jaws are now complete, as you can see here. Printing the rest of the skull. And, it barely fits in here. Yeah. I'll be talking to some of the museum folks about this. Our Allosaurus here, which used to be the biggest skull in my office, is no longer. Be talking to some museum folks about this on Saturday. And tomorrow, to a certain extent, too. Yeah. So I've got a lot of stuff to get ready, but I'm excited. And then Monday, our next stream after today, we're going to be going over our top 24 new dinosaurs of 2024. And then the day after New Year's Eve, a special dinner in the Iguanodon stream. Paleontologizing New Year's special. I hope everybody can attend that too. It's going to be a ton of fun. But yeah, there we go. Happy Thursday, Birds Day, everyone. And whatever holidays you happen to be celebrating, whether they're Thursday, Birds Day, or, you know, lesser festivities. Christmas, you know, Easter, Fishmas. I hope you have some excellent ones. Hanukkah, Kwanzaa. I think there were some famous paleontologists born around December 25th as well. I'm glad you're here today, and I hope we see you on Monday too. Let's wrap this thing up for today. Don't go away just yet. We are going to... Oh. There we go. Find out who else is maybe doing some science on Twitch right now. Things are a little bit slim at the moment. But, you know what? Let's see what... How dark is it over at California Burbs? And are there any birds to speak of? It's pretty dark. Let's see who else is on. Oh, there's Mary. Mary and the goats. We're gonna go raid Mary's Milk Monsters. And see what's up with them. Oh, and she's got a new, like, LED sign. That's wonderful. Anyway, we're gonna go say hello to Mary and watch as she milks the goats there. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. Oh. Sorry. I just jumped right out of our credits. But thank you to everybody whose names have appeared here. I appreciate you more than you know. Your support, your enthusiasm, your questions, moderators, all of your hard work in keeping this community safe and welcoming for everybody. I appreciate that more than you know. The financial support that allows me to continue doing this day after day, I literally wouldn't be here without that. So thank you very, very much. I don't know why our credits aren't working properly right now. But, yeah. Anyway, I appreciate all of you. We're going to go say hello to Mary and the goats. Take care, everybody. And I'll see you on Monday. Bye-bye.